Chapter 479. Whence Zangwill had vanished, the light suddenly disappeared, and it was dyed with the thickest and deepest darkness. In the darkness, the sound of a poem could be heard. It was tranquil and soothing, lulling one to sleep. Even the countless pale arms that were constantly clawing at the surface of the pitch-black water slowed down and no longer went crazy, as though they had received salvation for their souls. In such a dark night, a figure walked out. It was none other than Zangwill, who had just been dragged into the spirit world. Compared to before, he had lost the bonnet on his head, and the clothes on his left shoulder were in tatters. A piece of flesh had been torn off, and pale yellow pus was bursting out. His eyes were no longer indifferent, but filled with pain, as though he was enduring unimaginable torture. The quill 0-08 continued to write. Some regret, while others rejoice. Zangwill had an evil god umbilical cord on him. It came from the baby in Magog's womb, from the true creator. Through the use of the umbilical cord, he successfully escaped the shackles of an unknown existence and forcefully returned to the real world. However, he also completely lost that mystical item, and for a short period of time, he will suffer the resentment of an evil god's offspring not being able to be born. This makes his strength similar to certain products in a department store when it's changing seasons. He only has 55 left. Yes, this number is very accurate. On a street deep in Eastborough, old Kohler carried the ham in a paper bag and hurried back to his rented apartment. He looked around warily, afraid that those hungry fellows with wolf-like glints in their eyes would pounce on him and snatch away his New Year's gift. He had seen wolves when he was still in the countryside, but he never expected to experience that familiar feeling in Bakeland. It's still too expensive and too big. I can only buy one with someone and cut it into several pieces. This is enough for me to eat during the New Year's holiday. I can have 2, 3, no, at least 5 slices of ham for every meal. I can also cut some off and stew it with potatoes. I don't even need to add salt. With this in mind, old Kohler looked at the ham in his arms. Looking at the red meat mixed with quite a bit of white, he couldn't help but gulp. As he walked, he felt that the fog around him had thickened. The church bell tower in the distance, which was still clear, was gradually swallowed up by a mixture of pale yellow and iron black. Even the pedestrians around him were only blurry shadows if they were more than 10 steps away. Old Kohler instantly felt like he had been forgotten by the world, and he raised his hand to cover his nose and mouth. "Why does the fog smell so bad today?" He muttered and quickened his pace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Old Kohler felt his face heat up, and his forehead seemed to be burning. His chest tightened, his throat felt uncomfortable, and he soon had difficulty breathing. "Are you sick? Damn it, I still wanted to have a wonderful New Year, but now I can only send my savings to the clinic and the hospital. No, maybe I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. I'll be fine after covering myself with my blanket," old Kohler silently muttered to himself. His head was getting hotter and hotter, and he was getting more and more confused. Huff, huff, huff. He heard his own labored breathing. His hands went limp, and the paper bag containing the ham fell heavily to the ground. Old Kohler subconsciously squatted down to pick it up, but he dropped it. He pressed down on the bag of ham and tried his best to keep it close to his chest. At that moment, he felt that thick phlegm was surging up and blocking his throat, so he struggled with all his might, producing the sound of bellows. Thump! Old Kohler's blurred vision began to see someone a few steps away who had also fallen and was out of breath. He was about the same age as him, in his 50s, with white sideburns. Suddenly, he had a realization that he was about to die. This reminded him of his wife and children. They, too, had suddenly contracted the plague and quickly died. This reminded him of the time when he was hospitalized for treatment. The patients in his room could still laugh and chat that night, but they would be sent to the morgue early in the morning. This reminded him of the friends he had made when he was a homeless person. After a winter, Many of them had disappeared, and they were eventually found stiff under bridges or in street corners that could shelter them from the wind. A small number of them had died from the sudden availability of food. This reminded him of the time when he was still a good worker. His neighbors on the block would also suddenly die like this. Some of them died from headaches and convulsions, some accidentally fell into the molten steel that had just come out of the furnace, some died because their bones were in pain and swollen, and some even fell silently in the factory, batch after batch. This reminded him of the words he had heard from a drunkard in a bar when he was scouting for information. He said, "People like us are like straw in the field. When the wind blows, we'll fall. Even without the wind, we might fall. The wind is coming." This thought flashed through old Kohler's mind. As he hugged the paper bag containing the ham tightly, he reached into the pocket of his old jacket, wanting to take out the wrinkled cigarette that he had been reluctant to smoke. What he couldn't understand was why he, who was healthy, would suddenly fall ill. It wasn't like he had never experienced such a thick fog before. What he couldn't understand was why his life had just gotten on the right track and was developing in a good enough direction. He had also received Detective Moriarty's payment in advance. He had bought a piece of ham that he had wanted for a long time to welcome the new year, and he was looking forward to tasting its delicacy. Why did he suddenly collapse? Old Kohler took out the wrinkled cigarette, but he no longer had the strength to raise his arm as it slammed heavily onto the ground. He used the last of his strength to shout out the words that had accumulated in his heart, but all he could do was let the weak words linger in his mouth, unable to come out. He heard his last words. He heard himself asking, "Why?" In an apartment at the edge of Eastborough, Liv hung up the last piece of laundry she had washed and waited for it to dry. She looked at the sky outside and couldn't determine the time due to the thick fog that had appeared at some point in time. In short, it's still early, and our washing work has already been completed. Liv's expression gradually turned heavy. It wasn't a good thing to finish work too early. It didn't mean that she could rest. It only meant that there wasn't enough work and insufficient income. Liv took a deep breath and turned to her eldest daughter, Freya, who was wiping her hands and staring at the vocabulary book in the next room. "It's almost the new year. Most of our employers have left Bakeland for vacation. We can't go on like this. We have to find new jobs." As she spoke, she walked towards the door. On such a holiday, the rich will hold one banquet after another. They might not have enough servants, so they might hire temporary kitchen cleaners. "I'm going to ask Freya, stay at home and pick up Daisy when it's time. We need income, and so do those thieves, robbers, and human traffickers to welcome the new year." In the Eastern District, every woman who did not enter the factory had to be either skilled or shrewd if they wanted to survive. Freya replied briskly, "All right." Her mind had already drifted to the little table and the vocabulary book next door. Liv had just opened the door when she suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed violently, her face flushed red, and every joint in her body ached unbearably. Freya ran over in panic and squatted down. "Mom, what's wrong? Mom, what's wrong?" "No, cough, cough, I'm fine." Liv's breathing gradually became labored. "No, you're sick. Sick. I'll take you to the hospital right away." Freya tried her best to help her mother up. "It's too expensive, too expensive. Cough, go, charity hospital, charity hospital. I can wait." It's not a big problem," Liv replied, panting. Freya teared up and her vision quickly blurred. At that moment, she felt her lungs burn and her body go limp, causing Liv to fall to the ground again. "Freya, what's wrong? Cough, cough, are you sick too?" Liv shouted anxiously. "The money is, cough, in the cupboard, cough, in the hole in the wall. You, hurry to the hospital. Find a good doctor." Freya wanted to say something, but she couldn't make a sound. Her gaze slanted upwards and saw the door next door. It was their bedroom. There was their bunk bed, her favorite little table, and the vocabulary book. Her body suddenly convulsed. Liv's coughing came to an abrupt stop. In the public elementary school at the edge of Eastborough, the fog wasn't too thick, but many students had already begun coughing. The teacher on duty had been trained and immediately instructed, "Quick, go to the church. Go to the church, go to the church next door." Daisy stood up in a panic and followed the crowd to the church next to the school. Suddenly, her heart palpitated as she panicked, feeling the fear of losing something important. "Mom! Freyja!" Daisy turned her head abruptly, wanting to go against the crowd and rush home. However, she was stopped. She was grabbed by the teachers and forcibly dragged to the church. Daisy struggled with all her might and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Mom! Freyja! Mom! Freyja!" In Eastborough, in the dock area, and in the factory district, the elderly or those with hidden illnesses fell one after another in the fog like felled trees. And those who came into contact with them were infected with the plague and quickly died. Adults and children, who were still relatively healthy, also felt slightly uncomfortable. In their eyes, the mist that was a mixture of pale yellow and iron black was like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. On the Tuesday of the last week of 1349, the great smog of Bakeland. In the corner of the hall, Klein clung to the stone wall to prevent himself from being discovered by Mr. A. Soon, he heard muffled grunts and smelled the rotting smell of flesh and blood. "Sacrifice your life for the Lord's descent." Mr. A's voice suddenly sounded. Thump, thump. The sound of figures collapsing reached Klein's ears as intense spirituality fluctuations appeared and constantly reverberated. Mr. A sacrificed 4 of his attendants? Just as this thought surfaced in Klein's mind, he heard layers of illusory sobbing. Some were calling for their mothers, some were coughing violently, and some were moaning in pain. As half a mysticism expert, Klein seemed to see illusory and transparent figures with indignant resentment enter the ritual one after another. And the numbness, despair, pain, resentment, and other repressed emotions that had accumulated over the years in the factory district, dock area, and East Borough surged out like a tidal wave. Has it officially begun? Klein closed his eyes and pressed his back against the wall. He clenched his right hand and loosened it. For him, the best choice was to sneak out of the hall and flee into the distance while Mr. A was focused on the ritual. He loosened and tightened his right hand several times in a row. 7 or 8 seconds later, Klein opened his eyes as the corners of his mouth curled up exaggeratedly. He reached out to grab his revolver, turned around, and rushed out. Chapter 480. The first thing that entered Klein's eyes was the altar that was surrounded by layers of light, as well as the tall and thin figure standing within it. The figure took off his hood, revealing a beautiful and bewitching face that resembled a woman's. His left chest, shoulders, abdomen, and thighs were covered in squirming, sticky, and disgusting flesh. Around him, the layer of light was filled with illusory and transparent figures, brimming with feelings of numbness, despair, pain, and repression. Outside the altar, the 4 figures that had been praying had already collapsed. Their skin was shriveled and tightly wrapped around their bones, like corpses that had been weathered for many years. Above the entire hall, beams of light tore through the void, quickly entering the altar through the stone pillars, floor, and air that were covered with symbols and magic labels. Just as Klein came out of his hiding spot, Mr. A opened his eyes and looked in his direction. His pupils were dyed with blood, and there was extreme madness hidden in his coldness. If it were any other beyonder, they would probably have subconsciously averted their gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. However, Klein had faced the eternal blazing sun and seen Blasphemeramon, so he wasn't afraid. He calmly pulled the trigger, causing a silver demon-hunting bullet engraved with many patterns to shoot out towards the altar. Upon seeing this scene, Mr. A subconsciously wanted to raise his hand, but he ultimately stopped and watched indifferently as the silver bullet drilled into the layer of light around the altar. Silently, the patterned demon-hunting bullet melted and disappeared within the layers of light, engulfed by the innumerable indignation, resentment, and negative emotions. Finally, it completely disintegrated, leaving no traces behind. Klein's pupils constricted as he repeatedly pulled the trigger, firing all the remaining bullets in his revolver. The pale gold purification bullets and the brass exorcism bullets that emitted a golden glow shot out one after another as they penetrated the layer of light around the altar. However, they similarly disintegrated and disappeared, failing to create any ripples. Mr. A laughed hoarsely. "It's useless, little worm. The ritual has officially begun. With your strength, there's no way to break or interrupt it. Even a sequence 5 beyonder can't do it. But you're also lucky. You'll live to witness the descent of my lord. My body." With that, Mr. A ignored Klein and closed his eyes again, as if the other party was indeed just a tiny bug. The shepherd half raised his arms, making a gesture of opening his arms, and shouted loudly in ancient Hermes, "I'm not afraid. The creator of all, the ruler behind the curtain of shadows, Note 1. The depraved nature of all living beings. Your devout believers pray for your arrival. I am willing to offer my body as a vessel to bear your great will." As he prayed, a ray of light suddenly descended from above Mr. A's head, completely enveloping him. The unwillingness, resentment, and negative emotions that had taken the form of human figures rolled in like a tide and poured into Mr. A's body. Bang, bang, bang. Klein snapped his fingers to control the flames, trying his best to attack the altar. However, the flames couldn't resist the light layer around them. They were disintegrated, extinguished, and melted. Nothing worked. What to do? My other mystical items are above the gray fog. If I want to take them out, I need to first perform a ritual. This will waste at least a minute or two. Furthermore, my unprotected body will be very dangerous. What do I do? Klein rationally stopped his attempts and stood there, his thoughts racing. Furthermore, be it the brooch of the sun, the biological poison bottle, the all-black eye, or the Dark Emperor card that only raised one's level, none of them seemed to be able to break through the barrier of the altar. Could it be that I can only wait for Miss Justice to find reinforcements in time? Or should I watch helplessly as the true creator descends? Klein tensed up as his thoughts raced through his mind, quickly thinking of what countermeasures he could come up with. He filtered the items on him one by one as his palms unknowingly broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, he thought of something. Without any time to consider the consequences, he reached into his pocket and grabbed an item that had a metallic texture. Tap, tap, tap. Klein took a few steps forward, swung his arm forcefully, and threw the item in his palm towards the altar. With a flash of brass light, the item entered the layers of light. It was a simple and unadorned key. It was the master key. Inside the layer of light, the brass master key began to disintegrate and melt, and when its outer shell disappeared, the curse contained within directly appeared, connecting to Mr. Dorr in an unknown place. Empress Burrow, inside Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking into the distance worriedly. She saw the fog on the horizon gradually thicken, and the pale yellow was dyed with an iron-black color as it slowly spread in her direction. Something's not right. The golden retriever, Susie, squatted beside her, also looking at the commonly seen fog. Yes, I hope I can stop it in time. Audrey didn't know what the fog represented. All she could do was silently pray to the goddess and Mr. Fool. Plead? Please don't let the primordial demoness descend. Suddenly, she realized that the tree branches outside the window were beginning to shake, and the glass was trembling slightly. The wind is coming. Audrey felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Sherwood Borough, Holy Wind Cathedral. A terrifying storm that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly appeared outside it, before stirring up an unimaginable hurricane towards the east. Whoosh! The accumulated fog was blown away, and the rich yellow and iron-black color quickly faded away. Whoosh! Withered tree branches fell to the ground, and dust and mud flew into the air before disappearing with the fog. Whoosh! Many pedestrians' hats left their heads as their bodies swayed so much that they had to hold onto trees or walls. The sailors in the dock area seemed to have returned to the port city and were witnessing a typhoon. The smoke in East Borough and the factory district thinned, and the slight discomfort of the healthy citizens was alleviated. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder boomed. They quickly calmed down, and the pouring rain began to cleanse the land. The Church of the Storm reacted very quickly this time. It's also because we acted ahead of time and weren't fully prepared. Those middle-class people, those tycoons, if they don't have the corresponding protection, they'll be no different from commoners in such a fog. They're all lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Lady Despair sat in a rental carriage, leisurely listening to the sound of the rain hitting the glass window. Even if it was destroyed in time, according to her estimates, the fog just now could have directly caused the deaths of more than 20,000 people, and there would still be the subsequent spread of the plague. This way, my potion has been mostly digested, but this is just a bonus. The traces of a large number of people disappearing will be wiped away, pointing to the Aurora Order and the true Creator. No one can guess what the royal family really wants to do. It's time for me to leave and take Trissy with me. Lady Despair thought in a good mood. Her whereabouts were hidden, and she had taken care of it beforehand, so she didn't have to worry about being blocked by the demigods of Bakeland for a short period of time. By the time they found any traces, she would already be far away from the city. Just as Lady Despair was about to leave the carriage, her vision blurred as she saw a figure. The figure sat opposite her. It was a young woman wearing a hooded classical robe. Her eyes and hair were black, and her face was beautiful but dull. After throwing out the master key, Klein held Aztec's copper whistle, held his breath, and waited for the outcome. If his idea failed to come to fruition, and the altar's barrier still hadn't been broken, he would use Aztec's copper whistle to see if he could obtain the help of a messenger. If that didn't work, he would enter the world above the gray fog and take out the Dark Emperor card and other items. He would try every possibility and fight to the last second. At that moment it was still afternoon. There was no crimson moon, much less a clear full moon. Therefore, Klein lacked confidence in the curse contained in the master key. He only hoped that the dispelling effect of the altar's barrier would pose a threat to its existence, making it instinctively react, such as communicating with Mr. Door in reverse. A cry for help could be heard. In just a second or two, Klein saw the master key disintegrate into the tiniest particles of light and an illusory, distorted crimson. The crimson struggled with all its might as it rapidly faded away before suddenly exploding. In that instant, Klein lost his hearing. He saw the countless figures formed from resentment and indignation in the layer of light raise their heads in unison and let out tragic cries. They rapidly changed, dyed black and green. They grew a second head, a third eye, or a fifth leg. They converged into a torrent and surged into Mr. A's body. Mr. A suddenly opened his eyes. Under the indifferent color of blood was disbelief and shock. Right on the heels of that, the layer of light around the altar distorted and collapsed. Boom! A huge explosion spread out from the center of the altar, stirring up a terrifying storm. Crack! The four thick stone pillars closest to him instantly snapped. In the distance, Klein only had time to roll before he was sent flying by the shockwave. Bang! He slammed into the wall and flattened into a thin piece of paper. The thin piece of paper was quickly torn apart by the subsequent waves and scattered in all directions. Klein himself appeared in a corner, using the wall to resist the shockwave produced by the explosion. The destructive effects of the master key far exceeded his imagination. The curse that had been forcefully melted had an instinctive reaction, transmitting Mr. Door's shout. And the voice of this exiled one, who was at least at the level of an angel, tainted the indignation, resentment, and numb despair that the ritual needed. Therefore, the altar lost its balance and walked down the path of self-destruction. When the waves calmed down a little, Klein rushed out to confirm the result. The illusory figure and the oppressive feeling that came from midair had already vanished. All that was left of the altar was some wreckage. Mr. A's body leaned forward as he knelt beside the collapsed stone pillar. He was missing an arm, half of his face, and many organs. His remaining eye was filled with bone-deep hatred. However, those wounds were quickly covered by squirming flesh and blood. After taking a glance, Klein didn't hesitate to run. To him, destroying the descent of the true creator was his ultimate goal. If he didn't leave now, was a Sequence 6 going to stay behind to have dinner with Shepherd Mr. A and welcome the new year? Chapter 481. Upon seeing a stranger appear in front of her, Lady Despair immediately condensed a sharp, crystalline ice spear in her palm and threw it at the target. Using the recoil, she attempted to break through the carriage and enter the street. It wasn't that she wasn't puzzled by the sudden situation and the strange appearance of the enemy. On the contrary, she was very puzzled. She didn't understand how someone could find her so quickly despite being so secretive. The difficulty was no less than destroying a large city or directly teleporting from Bakeland to the southern continent's East Balam. However, as a Sequence 4 Demoness of Despair who had grown step by step from being an assassin, she knew that she couldn't be distracted or speak nonsense at critical moments. It wasn't too late to consider all the problems later. Therefore, she chose to attack directly, hoping to take the opportunity to escape. She could already imagine that wherever the ice spear passed, frost would condense and seal the world. The strange black-haired, black-eyed woman would be frozen in layers of crystalline crystals. She would have to break through the obstacles with great difficulty to have the strength to chase after her. And at that time, she would definitely have left the street and blended into the crowd. However, the scene she was looking forward to didn't appear. Just as the crystalline ice spear left her hand, it silently disappeared in midair, its whereabouts unknown. Angel. The Demoness of Despair's eyes narrowed as black flames suddenly rose from her body, spreading the disease. She planned on igniting everything around her to create a large-scale fire. At that moment, her body trembled strangely and froze on the spot. She saw her left hand disappear centimeters at a time, and it was rapidly spreading upwards in an unstoppable manner. In her eyes, the eyes of the beautiful and lifeless woman opposite her were deep and dark, as if hiding a pure darkness without light. "You're not. You're." The Demoness of Despair's words came to an abrupt halt. Her entire person was like a sketch that had been quietly erased by an eraser, leaving no trace. Her final eyes were filled with fear and despair. The seat she was in was empty, as though no one had ever sat there. The beautiful, lifeless woman pulled up the hood of her classic robe. The corners of her mouth moved imperceptibly, and her figure instantly disappeared. In the outskirts of Empressborough, on a trackless public carriage, Trissy wore a hat with a veil and sat quietly in a corner. She did not head for the Tussock River and run downstream, as others believed, or head for the nearest railroad and climb the train. She chose to return to Bakeland. Only this city with a population of more than 5 million, with all sorts of secret factions and beyonders mixed in, could help her escape the follow-up pursuit of the Demoness sect. At this moment, she was on high alert, always on guard against the terrifying old butler, Finkel. Suddenly, her head spun. When her vision returned to normal, she found that she had magically left the coach and was standing on the side of a muddy suburban road. Trissy's pupils rapidly constricted as she warily observed her surroundings. Then, she saw a figure wearing a classic robe and a black hood. She noticed the black eyes hidden in the shadows. For some reason, Trissy felt like she had returned to her infancy. She was so weak that she couldn't resist at all. Cold sweat seeped out of her forehead, and her legs trembled violently, but she couldn't move. "This is the most terrifying enemy I've ever faced. Even the high-ranking Demoness I saw before didn't give me such a feeling. Am I going to die here? is the escape operation that I'm unwilling to give up in the face of failure coming to an end. A deep sense of despair and uncontrollable sorrow occupied Trissy's heart, making her feel as if she had fallen into the deepest nightmare. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in front of her, removing the curse that prevented her from moving. Trissy looked ahead again, but the extremely terrifying figure was gone. Everything that had just happened seemed like the most realistic illusion. But when Trissy lowered her head, she was shocked to find that the sapphire ring on her left pinky had shattered at some point in time, losing all of its luster. Pop, pop, pop. The remains of the ring and gem fell one after another. Klein rolled around the collapsed stone pillar and the heavily injured Mr. A, who was being treated, and ran to the opposite entrance. As for the slowly condensing characteristics left behind by the master key, he didn't even look at them, afraid that Mr. A would block them. He knew very well that even with all his mystical items and ample preparations, he might not be a match for a shepherd, much less with only Aztec's copper whistle and 3 types of Beyonder bullet. He didn't even have a single match left. Even though Mr. A was seriously injured, Klein didn't dare take the risk. He had heard that the Rose Bishop, a sequence before the shepherd, was extremely good at flesh and blood magic. His ability to heal physical injuries was in no way inferior to his ability to transfer wounds. Creak. He pulled open the heavy door. The natural light outside shone, and the clouds in the sky were dyed with a thin yellow. The sun was pale and dim. Klein rushed out and found that he was in a mountain. The surrounding mountains made the place extremely hidden. Tap, tap, tap. He ran crazily. He didn't even take the mountain path. Instead, with his clown skills, he went straight down the slope, sometimes rolling and sometimes using the trees to swing. Whoosh! He heard the sound of a flowing river. It was right in front of him, right below him. But at this moment, a strong wind blew and swept towards his back. Klein made a prompt decision. His knees buckled and he rolled diagonally forward. So. The place where he was originally standing and the direction he was heading in had been sliced by the wind blades, leaving deep ravines. Mr. A fell from the wind, draped in a cloak of blood that was still squirming. He pointed his finger, and pieces of flesh flew out from his body, expanding in midair before exploding. Boom! Drops of blood and bits of flesh flew everywhere. Klein flipped to the side with his hand, dodging most of it and hiding behind a huge tree. The huge tree was covered in bloody holes, and the signs of decay quickly spread out with them as the center. While running, Klein had already loaded his revolver. He was about to raise his hand and shoot Mr. A in the eye when he saw a deep darkness appear in his eyes. Suddenly, Klein knew that although the scenery around him hadn't changed at all, he had been forcefully dragged into a dream. He had once killed a nightmare, or at least a nightmare. Klein maintained his clarity of mind and saw Mr. A flash to the side in a manner that defied logic, turning into a blood-colored carpet that enveloped him in an unavoidable manner. "You want to rely on a nightmare to scare me to the point that my heart stops beating?" A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he responded. This was his dream. When he was awake, he could simulate anything. Thus, a pure, dazzling golden sun appeared where he was. The bright and scorching flames instantly ignited everything around him. Klein imagined the scene when he saw the eternal blazing sun in his dream divination. Almost at the same time, he left the dream and heard a muffled grunt. Mr. A took a step back, and 2 streams of blood flowed from the tip of his nose. The surface of the robe weaved from flesh and blood slowly flowed, as though it was melting. Pop! Klein snapped his fingers and ignited a tree 30 to 40 meters away. Beneath his feet, the withered weeds that had long since turned yellow burned. Flames rose up and enveloped his body. Mr. A's face, which was so beautiful that it didn't look like a man's, suddenly had a hint of feminine beauty. A crystalline, cold, and weightless ice spear condensed in his hand, and he threw it at the burning tree dozens of meters away. Just as Klein jumped out of the flames, His pupils reflected the dreamy, transparent tip of the spear. The tip of the spear grew larger and clearer, filling his entire vision. Klein suddenly lunged to the side, his body covered in a thin layer of frost. The transparent spear immediately extinguished the flames, causing the thick layer of ice to rapidly spread in all directions. It was about to envelop Klein. In midair, Klein suddenly curled into a ball, half-turned his body, and let his head face down. He stretched out his left hand and gently pressed on the layer of ice. He rose into the air again, escaping the cold domain. However, the skin on the surface of his palm was frozen at the point of contact, and with a ripping sound, it tore off. After rolling to his feet, Klein reached into his pocket and took out a self-made slumber charm. Just as he opened his mouth and was about to spit out the incantation to activate it, his nose suddenly itched and he sneezed. Achoo! 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 He had a headache and was sneezing, unable to fight back at all. Am I sick? Am I infected? Just as Klein came to this realization, he felt countless threads that were invisible to the naked eye wrapping around him like a mummy in a sense. He wasn't unfamiliar with such an experience. He knew that this was the beyonder powers of a demoness of pleasure. Back then, he had relied on the use of charms to make both enemies and himself fall into a deep slumber. Then, he used his own uniqueness to escape the control. And now, Mr. A maintained a distance of about 20 meters. However, Klein was no longer just a clown. He could still move his fingers, and they produced crisp, snapping sounds. In a flash, the spider silk around him was ignited, as if he had turned into a giant torch. Just as Klein jumped out of the scarlet, he began to sneeze again, accompanied by a violent cough. Many of the beyonder powers he wanted to use were automatically interrupted. At this moment, the feminine beauty on Mr. A's face disappeared, replaced by a sense of lofty dignity. He stretched out his right hand and gently clenched it. Klein immediately had the premonition that if he were to escape, he would only be spinning in circles. Mr. A, who was draped in a blood-colored robe, revealed a cruel smile as a transparent and illusory ancient book appeared in front of him. An ethereal voice sounded from afar. I came, I saw, and I record. Achoo! Cough! Cough! Chapter 482. In a desolate field in the suburbs, the old butler, Finkel, was running for his life. He had lost his hat, and his meticulously combed white hair hung down in disarray. The surface of his clothes was covered in mud. Phew, phew. He paused for a moment, panting as he looked behind him. When he realized that there was no one there, he felt a little relieved. But when he turned his head and was about to change directions, he realized that a figure had appeared in front of him at some point in time. The figure was wearing a hooded classical robe. His black eyes were hidden in the shadows, and his face was lifeless and expressionless. Finkel's pupils constricted as he immediately opened his mouth and tried to say a word in ancient Hermes, but he was shocked to realize that his nose was disappearing and his voice was gone. A look of despair appeared on his face. Then, like a stain in the void, he was wiped clean with a rag, leaving nothing behind. Achoo! Achoo! Cough! Cough! Faced with Mr. A's impending fatal attack, Klein was afflicted with a headache and fever. He found it difficult to control flames and jump. At this moment, he couldn't even create an air bullet. The fear of the unknown occupied his mind, and the premonition of danger from the clown made him see himself suddenly disintegrating into the tiniest particles of light. Perhaps he wouldn't even have a chance of resurrection. In an instant, Klein reached into his pocket and grabbed an item. This was the plan he had considered in advance for the most dangerous situation. No matter how rushed it was, magicians were prepared to a certain extent. They wouldn't panic in battle. Klein took out the Aztec copper whistle, brought it to his mouth, and blew at it with great difficulty amidst the sneezing and coughing. Without any prior commotion, He saw bones gushing out like a fountain through his spirit vision, quickly forming a gigantic messenger with pitch-black flames burning in its eye sockets. And at this moment, the book in front of Mr. A stopped flipping, and the distant voice came to an abrupt halt. A blurry green light surged out, and the nearly 4-meter-tall skeleton messenger cracked apart into countless pure points of light. Behind it, the power that kept Klein spinning on the spot was the first to collapse. The figure in the black double-breasted suit was immediately enveloped, turning into a statue made of yellow sand that was blown away by the wind. But what scattered were white spots, like the shreds of paper that had been torn to the limit. Klein's figure appeared on the other side, half kneeling on the ground and coughing uncontrollably. If not for the skeleton messenger blocking it, he wouldn't have been able to suppress the disease in time and use paper figurine substitute. After such a torment, his illness became even more serious, and he almost lost the ability to resist. At that moment, Mr. A, who had failed to land a fatal blow, suddenly started coughing, more violently than Klein. He crawled on the ground in pain, blood frothing at the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed out a pile of broken internal organs and wriggling flesh. Then, he opened his mouth with great difficulty, trying to lick them into his mouth and forcefully eat them back. What was going on? Klein was stunned for a moment. But this didn't stop him from holding back his coughing, raising his right hand and aiming his revolver at Mr. A's head. At that moment, he vaguely understood that Mr. A's physical injuries could be maintained by using flesh and blood magic, but the impact and backlash to his mind and spirituality couldn't be made up for in such a way. Mr. A should have switched to another beyonder power to slowly heal the injuries to his spirit body, but he was driven by hatred. He forcefully suppressed it and chased after Klein. Thus, after continuously expending and using beyonder powers that exceeded his limits, the situation worsened and erupted. Bang! 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 Klein fired all the bullets in his revolver. Brass, pale gold, silver, and other streams of light quickly crossed the short distance between the two of them. To his regret, he was unable to hold back his sneezing and coughing during the process. Only 2 of the bullets hit Mr. A, one drilling into his forehead and the other into his torso. Sizzle! The sound of burning could be heard, but Mr. A's head didn't seem to have any bones. It was just a combination of a pile of rotten flesh, causing the pale gold bullet to sink deep into it. It quickly came to a stop and failed to cause any fatal damage. All it could do was emit a golden glow that resembled sunlight. Mr. A raised his neck, and the flesh and blood in the hole in his head squirmed crazily. He wasn't dead, and he wasn't even seriously injured. He was once a rose bishop with tenacious vitality. Upon seeing this scene, Klein made a prompt decision. He turned around and ran, no longer attempting to attack. Mr. A panted, lowered his head again, and licked the minced meat and organs he had coughed out. Sneezing and coughing intertwined as Klein ran, stumbling and rolling from time to time. Finally, he reached the edge of the cliff, which was more than 50 meters high. Below the cliff, the slightly turbid tussock river surged endlessly, wide but calm. Without hesitation, Klein exerted strength with his feet and jumped out. He fell rapidly, feeling the intense weightlessness brought about by free fall. His body tore through the air as he attempted to adjust his posture in midair, turning it into a standard dive. Cough! Achoo! The illness stopped his 3.5 tumbling midway, and he failed to open his body and adjust his palms properly. With a splat, he fell into the water and turned into a thin piece of white paper. The paper figurine quickly became wet, half submerged and half floating. At the bottom of the water not far away, Klein's figure was outlined, trembling. His clothes were already soaked, and so were the remaining paper inside and the notes in his wallet. After distancing myself from Mr. A, the illness has been alleviated, Klein thought with lingering fear. If it wasn't for the fact that his coughing and sneezing had subsided at the last moment, he wouldn't even have had the time to use the paper figurine substitution technique. He would have died from internal bleeding from the fall. Of course, if that was the cause of death, he felt that he could be resurrected. As he kicked the water, Klein created an invisible, hollow tube in his mouth and let it protrude out of the water to bring him fresh air. This was the underwater breathing performance of a magician. Klein inhaled through his mouth and exhaled through his nose, not letting the turbid gas pollute the pipe and enter the water directly. At the same time, he quietly swam towards the shore, hoping to avoid Mr. A's subsequent pursuit. Unfortunately, this isn't a city, so the powers of a faceless can't be used effectively. Otherwise, once I escape, Mr. A definitely won't be able to find me. As he swam, Klein instinctively had such a thought. This thought made him think of a problem. It was the beyonder power that Mr. A had previously used to control the wind. Generally speaking, this belongs to the Lord of Storm's pathway. Apart from wind, this pathway's characteristics also include water, and it's especially good at underwater activities. Underwater activities. A shepherd is too all-round and terrifying. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein's heart nearly stopped beating. He swam up abruptly, no longer concealing himself. Just as he surfaced and approached the shore, he saw Mr. A's beautiful and bewitching face. He saw that it was covered in fish scales and had gill openings. The corners of Mr. A's mouth curled up as his bright red robe floated on the water surface. His eyes were filled with tangible hatred. Fight. I can only fight. I have to fight until the church's reinforcements arrive, or until Mr. Aztec escapes. Klein, whose illness had subsided, didn't hesitate to raise his right hand, ready to snap his fingers. At this moment, the two of them looked up into the air at the same time, almost instinctively. A silhouette of a woman's gentle beauty was quickly outlined there. The figure was wearing a hood and a dark robe, staring blankly at Mr. A. Then, Klein saw that Mr. A seemed to have turned into a pencil drawing, quickly erased by an eraser without any ability to resist. All that was left was a look of confusion and indignation, a look of despair hidden in madness, engraved in the mind of the only spectator present. What kind of level is this? What kind of strength? Just as Klein had this thought, he noticed that the figure had turned her head and was looking at him. It was a beautiful face, but it was expressionless. Her black eyes were dark and deep, but they lacked spirituality. Just as Klein's heart was beating wildly, thinking that he would disappear silently, unsure if there was a chance for him to be resurrected, the corners of the woman's mouth slowly curled up, revealing a smile. A smile? Klein was stunned, wondering if he was dreaming. Before he could come to his senses, the figure instantly faded and disappeared. The sound of the water flowing around him echoed silently. Swimming to the shore in confusion, Klein climbed up and looked around. He discovered that this place was abnormally remote. There were no roads, nor were there any living people. There was only the slightly turbid river that flowed without any change. It ended just like that? Mr. A died just like that? Who was that lady just now? She was so strong that Mr. A didn't even have the time to scream. She even smiled at me. Smiled. Perhaps? But other than figures at the level of the Pope in the three churches, how could there be angels walking on the ground? And figures at the level of the Pope clearly wouldn't be in Bakeland. Klein couldn't believe that he had escaped danger just like that. After calming his mind, he finally found some sense of reality. It should be a powerhouse sent by the church. She arrived in time and successfully rescued me. If I hadn't informed Miss Justice in advance, they might not have been able to take action in time. Then, there's a high chance that I would have died at Mr. A's hands today. I don't even know if I can be resurrected. Yes, it's also because I've persisted and delayed the battle until now. It's not bad. Klein heaved a sigh of relief, coughed twice, and began to search for a way out. Exile. The man in the golden mask pointed at Aztec eggers and threw his figure into the void, to an unknown location. Then, he turned to face Zangwill, who was frowning at him. There's no time. We can't finish him off that quickly. We have to hide here as soon as possible. We can only exile him. Do you want the church to discover our secret? The man in the golden mask said angrily in a deep voice. Zangwill put away his puzzlement and nodded. He turned to the 0-08 that had stopped writing and grabbed it. His figure was a little hobbled, and his pants, which had been torn during the battle, were piled at his feet. In Red Rose Manor, Prince Edisac sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes abnormally empty. "Your Highness, please be quick." A voice sounded beside him. Edisac's eyes came alive. He took a deep breath, picked up the revolver on the table, and pressed it against his son Acupoint. There was a bullet inside that could annihilate spirit bodies. He turned his head and looked fondly at the golf course and the strolling horses outside. Bang! Chapter 483. In the hall with the broken stone pillars, a group of nighthawks in black trench coats and silk top hats appeared around the altar that still had wreckage. Leading them was the Archbishop of the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Bakelin Diocese, Saint Anthony Stevenson. "Was it destroyed?" he whispered. Without staying any longer, he went straight to the stone door that led to the inside. A thick darkness appeared as the stone door silently opened. Saint Anthony led a number of nighthawks inside and proceeded deeper. Along the way, they didn't find a single guard or anything of value. It was as if the place had been forcefully swept clean. Finally, they arrived at the deepest room, but there was nothing there other than walls and stone pillars. The blue door of light that Klein had come out from had long disappeared. The lanterns in the hands of a few nighthawks suddenly lost their light, and darkness enveloped the room. When everything returned to normal, they discovered that the surrounding walls had melted away at some point in time. However, there were no secret doors or tunnels behind them. It was either thick mud and rocks, or the corridor they had come from. Saint Anthony was silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, "Attempt divination. Search the vicinity." Achoo! As Klein traversed the pathless cliffs and woods, he sadly realized that he seemed to have fallen ill. The effects of Mr. A's beyonder powers, coupled with his drenched winter state, had shamefully caused him to catch a cold. However, he didn't dare to stop to gather withered branches, light a fire, dry his clothes, and dry his cash, because he was afraid that he would be found by the beyonders of the church. Even though he had already obtained a semi-official status with Stanton Eichinger's endorsement from the machinery hive mind, this matter involved the awakening of the primordial demoness and the descent of the true creator. He was bound to undergo strict investigations, such as taking turns to drink black tea at the machinery hive mind, the mandated punishers, and the nighthawks, actively or passively repeating the entire process. There were 2 hidden dangers. First, he had acquaintances within the nighthawks. Although the great detective Sherlock Moriarty looked quite different from Klein Moretti, who had died in the line of duty, making it almost impossible to tell them apart from photos, he still didn't have much confidence if he really had to face him face to face. Second, due to their close pathways, the Church of the Evernight Goddess wasn't very friendly to people and things related to death. Dating back to the Pale Era at the end of the 4th epoch, Death had perished under the siege of the 7 deities, and the helper that Detective Sherlock Moriarty had summoned at the critical moment was a powerful descendant of Death. This was a problem that couldn't be washed away. That extremely high-ranking powerhouse might have been in a rush to deal with in Zangwill and 0-08, so he didn't have the time to pay attention to a small friendly character like me. However, I can't be careless because of this. I still have to run. Yes, if there's a chance, I can write to the machinery hive mind and explain the second reason why I have no choice but to temporarily leave Bakeland. This way, there might be a chance for us to work together in the future. Of course, I have to first secretly observe if the machinery hive mind has any strong hostility towards the descendant of Death. I wonder how Mr. Aztec is doing now. Perhaps in the official announcement, Sherlock Moriarty's death will be due to a meteorite falling from the sky. That way, he won't let down his identity and name. Klein endured his alternating fever and cold, hoping to find a small town as soon as possible and blend into the crowd. Only in human society could a faceless powers be maximized. The woman who worked with Mr. A, it should be a demoness, went to Eastborough. From the looks of the ritual, there's probably a large-scale death there. I wonder. Klein, who had the spiritual intuition of a seer, suddenly felt his heart sink. At this moment, all the colors in front of him turned rich, as if a deity had splashed paint on him. This feeling disappeared in a flash, and Klein found himself far away from his original spot. He saw the bronze-skinned, soft-featured Aztec Eggers appear beside him. "Mr. Aztec, are you not injured?" He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. "Yes," Aztec answered frankly before smiling. "But for an undying, this isn't a big problem." Klein relaxed and asked, "What about Inzanguil and 008? Inzanguil is still alive and still wields that Grade 0 sealed artifact," Aztec said as he walked. "Inzanguil is still alive and he still wields that Grade 0 sealed artifact," Aztec said as he walked. Klein tried his best to keep up and couldn't help but sigh. "Don't worry about it. He's quite injured." "Don't worry about it. He's injured quite badly," Aztec said solemnly, "and more importantly, we know that he's secretly cooperating with the royal family, so there's no need to worry about not being able to find him in the future. This way, you can focus on improving yourself, and I can also try to go to a few places that I've already recalled and awaken more memories." "Haha, you're pretty lucky. I've been secretly observing MI9 and the royal family, hoping to confirm Inzanguil's whereabouts. Red Rose Manor is a key location, so I'm always loitering around it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save you so quickly." Speaking of this, Klein suddenly felt a little awkward. "Mr. Aztec, don't you wonder why I'm not dead? I also often wake up after entering a coffin. This is something I've recalled before." Aztec smiled nonchalantly. "And in my incomplete memory, although it's rare to see something like this happen to others, it's not unprecedented." "Often wake up after entering the coffin, often?" Klein suddenly realized that the problems he was worried about were nothing in the eyes of the real big shot. As expected of an undying of the death pathway. Mr. Aztec previously said that he had stayed at this sequence for a very long time. In other words, he had long advanced. Klein thought for a moment and asked worriedly, "What's going on? Mr. Aztec, would Inzanguil discover that I'm Klein Moretti?" He was afraid that the other party would take revenge on Banson and Melissa. "I don't think so. At most, he'll think that we've known each other for a long time, or that you're or in the words of the police, my informant." Aztec thought for a moment and said, "But that Grade 0 sealed artifact might sense it, but you don't have to worry." "Why?" Klein asked. It was unknown what Aztec had recalled as his expression suddenly turned odd, as though he was amused and horrified. "That Grade 0 sealed artifact will always attempt to kill its owner. This is likely its nature, and it won't change. Therefore, I don't think it would take the initiative to divulge information that can cause Inzanguil to suffer at such a critical moment, unless it involves something that can't be avoided or explained." Seeing Mr. Aztec speak with such certainty and reason, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. His cold seemed to have recovered a little. Upon seeing this, Aztec added, "It's best you stay away from Bakeland for the time being. It's best you stay away from Backlund for the time being. Inzanguil might use that Grade 0 sealed artifact to seek revenge on you by using your fake name. As long as you're not in Bakeland, there won't be a problem. That Grade 0 sealed artifact's range of influence won't exceed a large city. Just as I guessed, there's a range restriction. Otherwise, Inzanguil could hide in a small town in the southern continent and leisurely arrange the fates of all his targets. He wouldn't have to worry about being found." Klein deliberated and asked, "It shouldn't be a problem for me to return to Bakeland for a day or half a day, right?" under the premise that I changed my identity and appearance. With that said, he rubbed his face and instantly reverted to his Tingian appearance. Aztec raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. It's not a big problem. He turned his head around and cast a glance at the distance that he could no longer see. I seem to be targeted by powerful existences of the Church of Evernight. It's best you don't follow me to prevent yourself from being implicated. Heh, they are very interested in beyonder characteristics related to death. Yes, I'm preparing to go out to sea. While digesting the potion, I'll look for mermaids. This is the condition for my advancement. Klein explained his plan. Aztec tilted his head. Mermaid? Could a mermaid who had turned into an undead do that? I can find at least 4. I don't think so. Klein wiped his forehead with his hand. His intuition told him that it definitely wouldn't work, but he planned on going above the gray fog to make a divination to confirm it. Azek didn't mention the undead mermaid again and instead said, "If there is anything, contact me through the messenger." Messenger? Klein suddenly felt guilty and ashamed. It was killed in the battle between me and Mr. A. It saved my life. Aztec glanced at him, shook his head and smiled. Don't worry about it. As long as it isn't killed by an angel-ranked powerhouse or through some special method, as long as the netherworld still exists, it can slowly be reborn there. And before this, there were, I can't even count how many similar messengers there were. A messenger that looked so strong and huge had an army? Klein opened his mouth, but no words came out. His shame dissipated a lot, and he asked curiously, "Mr. Aztec, where is the netherworld, which is also hell?" "The spirit world. To be precise, it's a special place opened up by an ancient death in the spirit world." Aztec didn't hide the truth. Ancient death? That should be the ancient goddess, Phoenix ancestor Greggrace. So the netherworld is a part of the spirit world. It's no wonder the basic structure in mysticism is reality world, spirit world, astral world. It doesn't include the netherworld or the abyss. Klein was just about to ask about it when he suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Aztec, I obtained a card of blasphemy created by Roselle the Great. It contains the secrets of high-sequence beyonders. I believe it can help you awaken more things, but you'll have to wait for a while. It's hidden in Bakeland." Klein didn't mention the bounty, afraid that it would reveal the secrets of the tarot, the mysterious space above the gray fog, and Miss Justice. Therefore, he could only use this tactful method to thank Mr. Aztec for his help and contributions. Azek looked at him in surprise, but in the end, he didn't say a word and nodded slightly. He nodded slightly and said, "When you retrieve it, get the messenger to bring it to me. I'll immediately return it to you after studying it, or you can directly copy the corresponding contents for me." He paused as though he had recalled something. He took out a glove that was as thin as human skin from his pocket and handed it to Klein. "I've already awakened the relevant memories, so I don't need it anymore. It's a relic of that pirate vice-admiral. I've made some seals so that it won't be hungry, but every time it's used, it has to be fed with the flesh and soul of a human. Otherwise, it will devour you." Chapter 484. In a small town on the outskirts of Bakeland, Klein, who had changed into dry and clean clothes, placed the soaked banknotes on the surface of the table, waiting for them to dry naturally in the warm room. During this process, his actions were very careful and gentle. He even forcefully suppressed the sneezing and coughing that came with a cold and fever. To ensure that he didn't make any mistakes, he didn't control the fire to roast the banknote. After doing all of this, he walked to the corner of the hotel room, where there was a full-body mirror. In the mirror, Klein's black hair was neatly combed, and he had a pair of dark brown eyes. His face was rather thin and angular. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and he didn't have a beard. He looked young and experienced. This was Zhou Mingrui's appearance that he had modified based on the characteristics of the northern continent. Furthermore, it was the youthful look he had when he was in university, and he hadn't been forced to put on weight by society. He planned on returning to Bakeland after things had calmed down a little. He also planned on getting a legal identity for his current appearance. Compared to when he left Tianjin, he didn't lack the corresponding channels. For example, Ian from the Bravehearts Bar, Miss Sharon's Circle, or Detective Eichinger Stanton. How nostalgic! Klein muttered and busied himself with the ritual in the room with the curtains drawn. He was prepared to bring creeping hunger above the gray fog to conduct a foolproof study. In the silent ancient palace, he appeared at the end of the long bronze table. He held a thin glove that looked like it was made of human skin and leaned back in his chair. Right on the heels of that, he closed his eyes and extended his spirituality into the item that needed to be sealed. He immediately felt the hunger of the glove, as though it had a stomach that could never be filled. However, it was so docile above the gray fog that it didn't dare to show any malice. It was like a hunting dog that lay there, not daring to move at all. Then, Klein heard indignant shouts and painful moans. Distorted, hideous, and wailing transparent faces appeared in his spiritual perception, brimming with unbearable sorrow and madness. These faces were deeply fused with the beyonder characteristics of different colors, states, and manifestations. Wherever Klein's spirituality spread, it could fuse with the corresponding face and use the powers it possessed. Is this the way to use it? Klein tried again and combined it with divination. He roughly figured out the 5 souls that creeping hunger was currently grazing. One was a faceless, but he only had the ability to change his appearance and figure. The second was a psychiatrist. He could make the target fall into a frenzied state and carry out a certain level of psychological suggestion. He could simulate dragons' might to intimidate individuals and groups and create chaos. The third was interrogator. He could make the wearer of the glove proficient in the use of various weapons and become an explosives expert. He also had the ability to focus his mind and pierce through the target's spirit body. The fourth was nightmare. It only had one ability, and that was to silently drag people into a dream. However, it was different from the corresponding beyonders. This was mainly accomplished through creeping hunger. Therefore, the wearer could still move their bodies after entering the nightmare state. The fifth was Priest of Light. It could produce a halo-like effect, purifying dead spirits and filthy creatures within a certain range. At the same time, he also had the bard ability to enhance his and his companions' singing. He could summon the light of holiness, which was slightly weaker than flaring Sunday. The limit is 5 souls, and the powers that can be used during the first grazing. This isn't something I can decide. It's purely up to luck. Perhaps there are 3, or perhaps there's only 1. Klein nodded thoughtfully, sighed, and said to the suffering souls. He sighed and said to the souls in pain, "No matter what kind of people you were in the past, I will gradually free you from your shackles and allow you to be completely liberated. And in the future, the souls I graze will only come from heinous and unforgivable people. Every time I kill such a beyonder, I will replace one of you and allow you to be liberated, regardless of whether your powers are needed by me." His solemn but gentle voice echoed in the ancient palace. The wailing souls in pain quietened down, no longer as twisted and hideous as before. Phew! Klein exhaled and opened his eyes. He tapped the edge of the long ancient table with his fingers and muttered silently to himself, "The faceless powers overlap with mine. He's completely worthless. When there's a replacement, I'll release him first. Yes, when the time comes, I can attempt to mediate his spirit and converse with him. Perhaps I can obtain news of the high-sequence beyonders of the seer pathway, as well as clues to where mermaids appear. No, there's no need to wait for a replacement. In a few days, after I've recovered from my cold and recovered, I can attempt it. The soul corresponding to the Priest of Light should be able to complete the formula I previously obtained." Furthermore, he will leave behind the corresponding beyonder characteristic. This way, little son won't have to worry about his subsequent advancement. Yes, he will be the second to be liberated. As for using a human's soul and flesh to feed creeping hunger every time I use it, I don't need to worry about it. I definitely won't use it under normal circumstances. When I need it, I'll definitely be facing a terrifying enemy. In such a battle, there's definitely no lack of lives that I can harvest. Even if there aren't any, I can throw creeping hunger above the gray fog. I don't have to worry about its backlash, nor will I harm the innocent. The worst outcome is that I can no longer use it. Putting away his thoughts, Klein attempted to use the mystical item, creeping hunger, to divine the shepherd potion formula, but he ultimately failed. He didn't divine the source of creeping hunger, afraid that he would attract an ominous existence. Although he wasn't afraid of endangering himself with the gray fog isolating and obstructing him, creeping hunger might be damaged if that happened. I'll consider making the corresponding attempt when I no longer need it. Klein leaned forward and placed his elbows on the table. He quickly recalled what had happened and keenly noticed a detail. After the master key was destroyed, the beyonder characteristic didn't disappear. Instead, it turned into particles of light and worked hard to gather. It can be foreseen that the final apprentice characteristic will no longer have Mr. Door's shout. In other words, I can use this method to remove the mental corruption in the beyonder characteristic. But the problem is that under normal circumstances, there's no way to destroy a beyonder characteristic that has been solidified into an item. Back then, I relied on a ritual that could allow a true god to descend. The prerequisite required included a large number of innocent lives. Furthermore, once the all-black eye is shattered, the mental corruption of the true creator hidden deep inside will definitely erupt. When that happens, who can withstand it? Do it above the gray fog? Amidst his thoughts, Klein thought of the possible encounter in Eastborough. He hurriedly conjured a pen and paper and did the corresponding divination. After receiving the revelation, he lost his expression and slowly, very slowly, leaned back in his chair. Below him, the boundless gray fog floated silently as if it had never changed since ancient times. Audrey stood by the window, watching the pale yellow and iron-black fog quickly dissipate. She watched the heavy rain that didn't belong to winter fall, and her mood calmed down. After an unknown period of time, she and Susie finally waited for Earl of Hall to return home. "Dad, how was it?" Audrey asked with concern. As Earl of Hall handed his coat and hat to the attendant, he revealed a gentle smile. "It's resolved, but the exact process is still unclear. My little princess, you've really helped me a lot this time. You're worth a ton of medals." "That's good, that's good. It's all thanks to Mr. Fool's reminder, and it's all thanks to his blessed taking the risk to investigate. Our tarot club has once again prevented an evil god's descent and saved the world once again." Audrey's heart was filled with pride. Earl of Hall took the towel from the maid's hand, wiped his face, and sighed. But this time, it still caused serious casualties. Bakeland's smog can actually become so deadly. Although the statistics haven't been released, I estimate that more than 10,000 people have died in Eastborough, the dock area, and the factory district. Furthermore, the plague is still spreading. Try not to go out for the time being. More than 10,000 people? This was a number that Audrey could understand but couldn't imagine. She could only see thousands or tens of thousands of people gathered together during the parade on the nation's founding day every year. However, this didn't stop her heart from feeling heavy and her mood from turning gloomy. Daisy stood outside the apartment and watched as the doctors and nurses in white coats and masks entered and carried out the corpses. She already knew the outcome. Her expression was numb and her eyes were empty as she subconsciously approached the door. At this moment, the police officer in charge of the cordon stopped her. "Don't go over. Do you want to be infected with the plague?" Daisy stopped there and watched as the two corpses were carried out. She watched as her mother, Liv, hugged her sister, Freja, tightly. She watched as they were carried to the delivery carriage that was temporarily requisitioned with a black cloth. She watched as they were covered with white cloth and disappeared before her eyes. The carriage slowly drove towards the other end of the street. At this moment, Daisy seemed to wake up from a dream. She turned around and ran quickly to chase after the carriage. The ground was abnormally muddy after the rain. She fell and got up a few times, leaving her body covered in dirt. However, she still couldn't catch up to the carriage and watched helplessly as it disappeared around the corner. Daisy slowed down, her body swaying slightly, her expression abnormally lifeless. She held onto the trees beside the street and stared at the spot where the carriage had left. Suddenly, her entire body went limp, and she squeezed out a sob from her throat. "Mom, Freja," the voice was thin, low, sharp and weak. It lingered on and on. At this moment, in East Borough, in the dock area, and in the factory district, tens of thousands of people were also wailing and crying. Empress Borough, Sodila Palace. George III, wearing a crown, with a determined face and a mustache, sat on the throne. He looked at the Earl of the Summer Palace in front of him, and remained silent for a long time. "Your Majesty, the people of the three churches are waiting for your explanation outside," the Earl of the Summer Palace asked with sweat on his forehead. Explanation? Prince Edisac was tempted by the Demonis and colluded with a cult in an attempt to rebel. That's the explanation. His plot was exposed and he has already committed suicide. What other explanation do they need? George III suddenly flew into a rage. He took a deep breath and regained his usual seriousness. "Tell them that no matter what method they use to obtain the corresponding title, they will be able to obtain a seat in the House of Lords. The property restrictions regarding elections will be relaxed, and the invalid constituencies will be eliminated. This is to appease those factory owners and bankers. Similarly, the National Atmospheric Pollution Council will immediately give a conclusion, and the relevant bill will soon be passed. The minimum wage and working hours regulations will also appear in the form of a law soon. The poor law will be reformed according to their requests. Allow the three churches to send personnel into the military." "Your Majesty!" The Earl of the Summer Palace jumped in fright. Such a concession was beyond his imagination, especially the last one. George III flew into a rage once again. "Tell them just like that. Since they want a new order, I'll give them a new order." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Earl of the Summer Palace didn't dare say another word and left the palace. George III sat there for a long time, motionless like a stone statue. Chapter 485. December 31st morning, south of the bridge, Harvest Church. Emlyn White was wearing a priest's robe as he stood in the kitchen. From time to time, he would throw different herbs into the pot and stir them. After all the ingredients that he had prepared ahead of time were put in, he patiently waited for 10 minutes before scooping up the ink-black liquid with a metal spoon and pouring it into a glass bottle and glass cup beside him. 48, 49, 50. Emlyn glanced at the empty pot and counted the concocted medicine. After confirming the quantity, he picked up a large tray and sent bottles of dark green liquid to the hall. Inside the hall, most of the prayer pews had been torn down, and there were tattered blankets on the ground. Inside were the plague-infected who were either asleep or moaning in pain. Emlyn and Father Yutravsky worked together, each carrying a portion of the medicine and distributing it from two directions. The first in line was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. He hurriedly propped himself up, took the medicine, and gulped it down. Handing back the bottle, he gratefully said to Emlyn, "Father White, thank you so much. Father White, thank you so much. I feel much better now. I have some strength again." Emlyn raised his chin and replied disdainfully, "Father White, thank you so much. This is just a very insignificant matter. It's not worthy of gratitude. You guys are really too ignorant." With that said, he sped up the distribution of medicine. After about 10 minutes, He returned to Earth Mother's altar and complained to Father Yutravsky. You should find 2 more volunteers. Father Yutravsky didn't respond. He looked at the patients and smiled warmly. In another 2 or 3 days they should be able to recover. How do you know? Emlyn turned his head in surprise. Father Yutravsky lowered his head with a benevolent expression and looked at him. Herbs are one of the domains of Earth Mother. As believers, although they aren't of the Earth pathway, they still need to know basic knowledge. Emlyn sked. I'm not interested in religion. I don't know much about it. Even though I've been copying Mother Earth's Holy Bible in recent months. He added with slight resentment in his heart, he casually said, Father, I never expected you to accept disbelievers. Only 2 or 3 of them are believers of Earth Mother. Father Yutravsky smiled without a care. They are also lives, innocent lives. Emlyn was stunned for a few seconds before he exhaled and said, That's right. Father, I've found a way to deal with the hypnosis. Maybe I'll leave this place soon. Wait, why did I mention this? I was moved by him. What if he locked me in the basement again? Emlyn was suddenly nervous. Father Yutravsky's expression didn't change as he looked down at Emlyn. Actually, you don't need to look for a solution. After some time, the hypnosis will naturally disappear, and you can freely choose whether to come to the church or not. In a while, I'll become a devout believer of Earth Mother. No, Earth Mother. Emlyn blurted out. Father Yutravsky raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, That's right. I didn't force you to change your faith. The hypnosis I left behind is to make you come back to the church every day. I hope that you can fully appreciate the value of life and the joy of harvest. Then the only purpose of the hypnosis is to make me return to the cathedral. Emlyn's expression froze. Yutravsky nodded calmly. Yes. Emlyn's mouth was half agape as he slowly and mechanically turned his head to look at the altar, at the sacred emblem of life of Earth Mother. It was as if he had instantly turned into a puppet. December 31st, evening, 2, Daffodil Street, Tingen City. Benson entered the house, took off his hat and coat, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, I've already booked a second-class ticket to Bakeland on January 3rd. Sitting in the dining room, Melissa, who had a few newspapers spread out in front of her, said worriedly, Benson, the air in Bakeland is too bad. Benson, the air in Bakeland is too bad. A few days ago, tens of thousands of people died from poisoning and diseases caused by the smog. This is really a regrettable and tragic matter. Benson walked to the dining room and said with a sigh, however, the upper and lower houses have already passed the report of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. There will soon be corresponding legislation to regulate the emission of smoke and wastewater. What awaits us will be a new Bakeland. You don't have to worry too much. Having said that, he smiled mockingly. When I returned from Iron Cross Street just now, I discovered quite a number of factory owners or their employees from Bakeland hiring. They said that because of the smog and plague, the factories there are lacking in manpower. Therefore, they are willing to promise working hours and minimum pay. It will be much better than the current standard. Heh. You think it's impossible? Melissa asked sharply. When more and more people flock to Bakeland, it's destined to be impossible unless the upper and lower houses can pass the corresponding bill and directly make the rules. Benson spread his hands and pointed at the dining table. All right, it's time for us to welcome in the new year. There were 3 sets of knives and forks, 3 empty porcelain plates, and 3 cups on the dining table. Of the 3 cups, 1 was beer and 2 were ginger beer. December 31st, evening. Audrey, who was dressed to the nines, stood in the lounge, waiting for the New Year's party to begin. However, from her expression, one couldn't see the excitement, and joy of her coming-of-age ceremony. There was a newspaper in front of her, and it read, According to preliminary statistics, more than 21,000 people died in the smog, and the subsequent spread of the plague killed nearly 40,000 people, including young children and strong young men and women, few. Audrey couldn't help but close her eyes. At that moment, her father, Earl Hall, and her mother, Lady Caitlin, knocked on the door and entered. They praised in unison, "Your beauty surpasses everyone else tonight, baby. It's time to go out. The Queen is waiting for you." Audrey slowly exhaled and revealed an elegant and bright smile. Accompanied by her father and mother, she walked out of the lounge and into the banquet hall. She walked all the way to the front of the stage, and under the amazed gazes of everyone, she handed her hand, which was wearing a white silk glove to the elbow, to the Queen. The Queen led her to the edge of the stage and faced all the guests. After a slight pause, the Queen smiled. "Although this is a dark period in Baekeland's history, we still have a gem that can illuminate the entire city. Her wisdom, her beauty, her character, and her etiquette are all impeccable. Today, I will formally introduce her to all of you. Miss Audrey Hall." Bang, bang, bang. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, fireworks rose into the sky, exploding with dreamy light. On the last night of 1349, Audrey officially came of age in a social sense. On the afternoon of January 3, 1350, in a newly opened cemetery on the outskirts of Eastborough, Klein used divination to find the graves of old Kohler and Liv. It wasn't a grave in the true sense of the word, but a cabinet used to store urns of ashes. One after another, row after row, stacked on top of each other. Klein stood there and saw that not only were there no photos or epitaphs on old Kohler's cabinet, but even his name was missing. Such situations weren't uncommon. There were too many ownerless ashes here that couldn't be found by their relatives and friends. No one knew what they were called, what they looked like, and what experiences they had. No one was interested in them, and only the numbers on the cabinets could distinguish them. Klein closed his eyes, took out a piece of paper, shook it into a piece of metal, and engraved a word on the cabinet door. Kohler. Then, he added an epitaph. He was a good worker. He was a good worker. He had a wife and a son and a daughter. He worked hard to survive. Retracting his wrist and flicking it, the black-haired, brown-eyed, and thin Klein made the paper burn in his hand, as though he was paying tribute to all the souls here. He didn't directly help Daisy, who had lost her mother and sister. Instead, he wrote an anonymous letter to reporter Mike Joseph, describing the girl's predicament in detail so that he wouldn't implicate her because of his own matters. Reporter Mike had met Daisy before and knew about her situation. He had enthusiastically promoted the establishment of a corresponding charity foundation, so Klein believed that he would help Daisy get more aid so that she could complete her basic studies and find a stable job that could support her. Taking 2 steps back, Klein looked around, taking in the names and photos of the victims, who didn't even have any of that. He raised his head and slowly exhaled a breath of white air. Then, he turned around and left the cemetery. On the steam locomotive to Baekeland, Melissa was focused on her textbook, while Banson quickly began chatting with the passengers around him. "It's too expensive, too expensive. A whole 10 soldi, half a pound." A burly man who wasn't even 30 years old sighed from the bottom of his heart. "If it wasn't for the fact that I can't get a third-class seat or ticket, I wouldn't have spent this money. This is equivalent to half a week's salary." "Indeed, too many people are heading to Baekeland after the new year," Banson echoed. The burly man put away his pained expression and said with anticipation, "Because they promised 21 soldi a week, and promised to work no more than 12 hours a day. We signed the contract. When I rent a house and get my first paycheck, I'll get my wife to come to Baekeland. She should be able to find a good job, one that pays 12 or 13 soldi a week. I heard that Baekeland is in dire need of people. When the time comes, we'll have a salary of more than £5 a week. We can eat meat often. Your wish will definitely come true. The king has already signed an order to allow the minimum pay and working hours to be implemented." Banson sincerely gave his blessings before smiling. "That's the land of hope." Whoosh! The steam locomotive brought countless hopeful people to Bakeland. At that moment, the sky was still bright, and the fog in the air had thinned significantly. The gas lamps hanging on the platform were no longer lit early. Banson protected his sister and wallet in a very experienced manner. He carried his suitcase and followed the crowd out of the station. Suddenly, they felt a gaze sweep past them at the same time. Following the gaze, Banson and Melissa saw a young gentleman with neat black hair and dark brown eyes. The gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses pressed down on his top hat and looked past them into the distance. Banson and Melissa also retracted their gazes and looked at the pillars spewing smoke in the garden in the middle of the street. They looked forward to seeing the underground transportation in Bakeland. Klein carried his suitcase and walked past them with an expressionless face. He walked into the departure station while facing the huge crowd that had surged into the land of hope. He welcomed the people who had great expectations amidst their anxiety. This was the worst of times, and this was the best of times. Chapter 486. I wrote about 850,000 words in the second volume, which is considered an extremely long novel in the framework. From what I remember, only the third and fourth volumes of my previous life were longer than it. I spent every day thinking and writing. Although I was very happy, it was really tiring, especially when I had to work out in the last month. I almost didn't even have time to read novels. The name of this volume was Faceless, and I expected it to have 3 meanings. Note, the following are the standard answers for reading comprehension. First, it referred to advancing to a faceless. This was the simplest and easiest to think of. Second, it referred to Little Ku's living condition in Bakeland. He used a fake face, a fake name, and a fake identity to get to know people, deal with matters, and get involved in storms. But when he returned home, he was still lonely and cold. Thirdly, they referred to the people who were crushed into powder or rushed to the great age. In the history books, they had no names, no appearances, no pasts, no lives, and only existed in simple numbers or descriptions. In a sense, weren't they faceless people? The simplest cameo, the most inconspicuous cannon fodder, who would care what their faces looked like? Just like the phrase, great hunger and cannibalism. How much sadness, pain, cruelty, bloodshed, and despair are contained in these 6 simple words, and how many faceless and nameless living people are concentrated in them. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Therefore, I tried to give some descriptions to old Kohler, Liv, and Freya in the waves of the times. I tried to restore the hopes, hardships, and tragedies of these faceless people, making them look like people and not numbers. Although this was a major reason why the second volume was scattered, it was a hidden main storyline. As they passed away, more people like them poured in. The faceless people always existed. They were the stepping stones of the times, and they were also the pioneers of the times. They were also the characters that were indispensable to the entire story. With this in mind, I abandoned the sadder and more shocking ending. After all, this volume was called Faceless. It was a resonance between the worst times and the best times. It could very well and powerfully express what I wanted. The times advanced, heartless and helpless, but countless faceless people lay at my feet. The name of the third series wouldn't have so many symbolic meanings, because the main storyline was very clear and direct. The name of the third series would be Traveler. Everyone should be able to imagine some things, but let's focus back on the second novel. There are actually many plot lines that haven't been completed in Bay City, such as the Snake of Mercury, the underground evil spirit, the royal family's true plot, 0 to 17, vampires, and psychological alchemy. This is because we need to give Audrey, Furs, Zio, and Emlyn a chance to showcase themselves in Bay City. It's also because Bay City is the most important stage in the entire novel. Lil Ku will definitely return and stay for a long time. The second novel is said to be scattered, but in fact, it's still alright after many things are strung together. To me, it's not bad that it's scattered but still attractive. The real problem is actually another point. It's that the pace of the story has always been rather tight, without relaxing. In other words, it's constantly encountering events and constantly resolving problems. There's a lack of a long and relaxing period in the middle, making it tiring and irritating to read. Although this is due to the Beyonder characteristic convergence effect, there are indeed some problems with the settings. The problem is that the tarot is held once a week, so the timeline is split into weeks. It's easy to feel repetitive and stiff, and there has to be a certain matter every week. Therefore, the pace of the Beyonder events is a little tight. The solution I'm currently considering is to skip some of the less important tarot gatherings and have more freedom in the control of time. Of course, the tarot itself is also the main body, so there's definitely no lack of it. For example, I haven't forgotten the first time Emlyn joined. There are also many things that my friends mentioned, such as the church's reaction and the other copper whistle. I remember all of them, but I deliberately didn't write them down, planning to leave them for the beginning of the third novel. This is because I don't want the minor details to dilute or destroy the overall picture and emotional progression of the final two novels. Therefore, I can only use certain technical methods to deal with it. After I finished writing the second novel, I was very happy to erect the characters one by one. Everyone liked it. It wasn't impossible to use 0 to 17 to end the novel violently. On the one hand, it was because the profiling revealed that the church was still very impressive. It wasn't without reason that they were able to be the ruling class for so long. On the other hand, it wasn't an ending in itself, but a continuation, a link between the previous and the following. It pointed to some subsequent events, but I won't mention the specifics to prevent spoilers. Finally, as for the writing style, I've been increasingly pursuing simplicity and piercing through the novels. That is to say, if I can use the simplest and most simple words to accurately describe things, I'll try my best not to write long and elaborate things. I'll use the calmest and most objective lines to accumulate emotions. At the most suitable time, I'll use the most precise and concise words to pierce through the barrier and pierce the softest spot in the heart. Looking at it now, although there are still many problems, it's barely on the way. Of course, the characteristics of writing web novels determine that I can only do this for the most important chapters. I can't write like this for every chapter. Many things can only be fixed in the future when I'm free. Under normal circumstances, I actually have a lot of vocabulary, but it's very rusty. After all, it's accumulated step by step and I haven't used it much. In other words, when I write, I habitually use the most commonly used words in my brain. Therefore, it's hard to avoid the problem of repeating words. Also, there's the problem of using adjectives indiscriminately. It's because I want to present the image in my mind in the clearest, most intuitive, and most important way. Therefore, I try to make some innovations in the words, but there's still room for exploration and improvement. That's the technical summary of the second novel. Writing novels is a very difficult and torturous thing. But after writing it, being praised and praised makes me especially happy and satisfied. Recently, everyone's praises have made me so happy. Everyone, I like to write novels. I like to tell you stories. I like to create a well-developed character. I like to present an interesting and novel world to you. Writing novels is really something that makes me happy. Yes, up until today, there were only 53,000 high subscriptions on the platform, but the average subscriptions had already exceeded 41,000. The 24-hour subscriptions were originally 27,000 or 28,000, but the last 7 or 8 chapters have officially exceeded 31,000. This means that the retention rate is very high. This means that most people who have read it are still subscribing. This means that you all are full of love. Also, the recommendation votes have always been in the top 15, and the monthly votes have always been in the top 5. I'm a very lazy person, so lazy that I don't have the energy to grind any numbers. Therefore, every vote, every reward, every subscription is full of love. Everyone, the second novel has ended. I want to ask for praise, ask for monthly votes. Ask for monthly votes. Ah, the sound of a groundhog. Finally, according to the usual practice, there will be a 2-day break, which is Monday and Tuesday. Updates will resume on Wednesday at 12:30 noon. It's still the same time. What, did you say this half a day on Sunday? I didn't hear it. Alright, I'm just joking. Such a long novel has ended, so I'll rest for half a day. Chapter 487. Outside the window, the sky was dark, but there was no fog that Klein was familiar with. The waves came crashing in, blowing away all the haze, causing the clouds in the sky to unfurl and arrange themselves into various shapes, reflecting the golden-red sunlight. This was Pritz Harbor, the largest and busiest harbor in the kingdom of Rouen. Klein, who was wearing a light-colored vest and white shirt, stood by the window and stared at the outside world for a while until his pocket watch urged him to return to the mahogany table. In front of the warm fireplace, he picked up a black fountain pen, unfolded the letter, and slowly wrote, "Dear Mr. Aztec, please forgive me for not writing to you until today. In the past few days, I've been wandering around Bakeland, immersed in the devastation caused by the previous incident to this metropolis. If we were all ordinary people, we might have already been covered with white cloth and carried to the crematorium, staying in an extremely tiny box. I've waited for a long time and finally found an opportunity to retrieve the items that belong to me. Among them is the card of blasphemy that I promised. In addition, there's another item that I'll get a messenger to bring to you. It's a copper whistle that can summon a messenger. It came from a chance encounter with an elder who had crawled out of a coffin. You must be very puzzled after reading this, because the description I used can also point to you. This is what I'm puzzled about. That's the specifics of what happened. I suspect that the original owner of the copper whistle was a member of the charismatic order who attempted to resurrect death. Furthermore, his level wasn't low. Perhaps you can tell something from this copper whistle. Before leaving Bakeland, I wrote a letter to the machinery hive mind, describing the massive underground ruin where you and Ince Zangwill fought. I hope that they can use this information to figure out the truth behind the matter. After a roundabout and indirect probe, I've confirmed that they don't have any enmity towards me and you for the time being. If you encounter any trouble, perhaps you can try to seek their help. Finally, I have another question. Is there any way to remove the mental corruption that remains in a solidified Beyonder characteristic? I'm about to embark on a long journey. I wish you a smooth journey in searching for your memories, and I wish myself a safe journey. Your student and friend, Klein Moretti. After putting down the pen and reading it from the beginning, Klein folded the letter and stuffed it, the Black Emperor card, and the copper whistle that was suspected to be left behind by a member of the charismatic order, into the envelope. After doing all this, he picked up the copper whistle that Mr. Aztec had given him and summoned the messenger by blowing it. The messenger was still nearly 4 meters tall and made of pure bones. Its eye sockets burned with pitch-black flames, but Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this was already another messenger. Sighing inwardly, Klein raised his arm and put the letter into the man's hand. The messenger lowered his head to take a look, then quickly disintegrated, turning into white bones. Then, like a torrential rain, they drilled into the ground. Upon seeing this, Klein tapped his right molar and deactivated his spirit vision. He returned his gaze to the table, where there was a light yellow identification card. This was a necessary item to purchase an ocean voyage ticket through the proper channels. For this, he had specially sought out Sharon and obtained a new identity through her circle. This identity belonged to a bounty hunter, a lunatic who wanted to adventure at sea in order to get rich quick. According to Klein, his name was German Sparrow. Hunting sins, Klein muttered as he put away the series of documents that proved his new identity. Right on the heels of that, he drew the curtains, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. There was still some time before the tarot gathering. Klein quickly flipped out creeping hunger and wore it on his hand. Closing his eyes, he sensed the distorted and illusory souls and attempted to release the faceless. If this were the real world, creeping hunger would happily eat this gift and spit out the corresponding beyonder characteristic. However, being above the gray fog, it didn't dare have any impulse. It allowed the faceless soul to leave the glove and appear on the side of the long bronze table. It was a middle-aged man with a blurry face. The feeling of distortion and pain had dissipated significantly. With great difficulty, he bowed to Klein, who was leaning against the back of the chair. His figure gradually faded and was about to fall into the gray fog. Inside the towering palace, Klein didn't need to prepare any additional rituals to directly channel the spirit. Hence, he emanated his spirituality and stabilized the other party. "Do you know where there are living mermaids?" The man replied in a daze. "Apart from those reared by the Church of the Evernight Goddess, I can only find them by sailing deep into the Sonia Sea from the Gargas archipelago for at least a week. That's my destination." So he's also a faceless who's seeking to advance. In order to pursue mermaids, he risked his life out at sea, but for some unknown reason, he died at the hands of Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. The Church of the Goddess reared many mermaids? Klein suddenly realized something and asked, "Which organization do you belong to? Or should I say, where did your potion formula come from?" The middle-aged man's body suddenly trembled, and he only spoke after 2 seconds. "The Secret Order. I belong to the Secret Order." "Secret Order? The Secret Order doesn't have their own mermaids?" Klein deliberated for a moment and said, "Have you seen your leader, Zeradal?" The illusory and transparent faceless fell silent at first before shouting with a sharp voice, "Yes. He's not normal. He's an undying monster." As he spoke, his figure became thinner and was on the verge of dissipating. Zeradal is indeed still alive. What exactly happened to make the members of the Secret Order fear him so much? To be precise, should I use it? Klein hurriedly asked another key question. "Apart from the treasures left behind by the Antigonus family and your Secret Order, where else can I obtain the high-sequence Beyonder potion formula of the seer pathway?" The faceless became more and more transparent and incorporeal. Finally, he could only say, "The Church of the Evernight Goddess. Cathedral of Serenity, Holy Cathedral." Klein silently watched as the faceless spirit body was completely liberated. He repeated a single word in his heart. The Cathedral of Serenity was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the holy cathedral that the Nighthawks spoke of. There really is a high-sequence Beyonder potion formula of the seer pathway hidden there. I wonder how many secrets the various churches have buried and hidden. As Klein sighed, he made the black-green gelatinous substance condensed on the surface of his glove slide onto the surface of the long bronze table. The faceless Beyonder characteristic finally formed a translucent jelly-like object. Against the black-green background, there would occasionally be different faces floating inside, like figures hidden behind dark-colored curtains. Klein took a few glances, nodded indiscernibly, and muttered to himself. He muttered to himself, "Later, with the help of the world, I'll get Mr. the Hanging Man to sell this Beyonder characteristic to an artisan or a Beyonder who needs it." Although he had found a loophole in the official Beyonder surveillance of 15 Minsk Street with the help of the divination above the gray fog, in order not to provoke them and expose the secret of his spirit body, he ultimately didn't return there. Instead, he spent extra money to buy a change of clothes, as well as some necessities for life. He spent a total of £12. Together with the £8 he had to pay for the documents of his new identity, his wallet was so shriveled that there was no need for it to exist. As for the 10% shares of the bicycle company, Klein found an opportunity to meet Detective Eichinger Stanton. He signed a legal document and entrusted it to him. After all, their relationship wasn't a secret in the eyes of the Nighthawks and the machinery hive mind. "I still have £5 in cash and 5 gold coins. It will cost £4 to go to the Rorstad archipelago, and this is a third-class ticket in the lower cabin. It will cost at least £4 to transfer from the Rorstad archipelago to the Gargas archipelago. I have to sell off the faceless Beyonder characteristic as soon as possible. This way, I can at least sit in a second-class cabin and eat good food. Thankfully, Emlyn's suitcase has been left above the grey fog. Otherwise, I'd have to buy another one. Klein silently calculated his financial situation, as though he had returned to the time when he had just transmigrated. He had to rely on his salary as a nighthawk to afford a formal suit. A Sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic ranges from £3,000 to £4,000. If someone is in urgent need of it, there's a premium. But apart from maintaining my livelihood, I still have to consider the cost of the supplementary ingredients for a Nimblewright master. I also have to consider the cost of the ritual to remove the mental corruption of the main ingredient. Klein sighed, took out his pocket watch, and opened it. Seeing that it was almost time, he first sent Little Son a message to prepare for the gathering. Firz's vision suddenly turned clear as she saw 3 figures sitting across the long mottled table. There's an additional member? With a thought, she quickly calmed down. At that moment, she didn't care if there were any new members in the tarot. Her mind was filled with the smog and plague from last week. She clearly remembered that at the last gathering, the world had reminded her and Miss Justice that something big was brewing in Bakeland, and it was very likely that it would bring about a tragedy. Mr. Fool had confirmed this guess and further pointed out that the key figure in the problem was Prince Edisac. She didn't doubt Mr. Fool's abilities, but she thought that the tragedy needed time to brew and that there was still plenty of time to investigate. Who knew that it would come so quickly and so suddenly? It's reported that Prince Edisac also contracted an illness in the smog and unfortunately died. It really happened, it really happened. Furz recalled the contents of the newspapers from a few days ago and seemed to understand something, but she couldn't grasp anything. For a moment, she felt a little panicked and uneasy. As a Sequence 9, it seems that because I joined the tarot, I intervened in advance in this terrifying matter that involves a huge city, a prince, and the lives of tens of thousands of people. It was only at this moment that Magician's Furz deeply understood the weight of being a member of the tarot. Then, she heard Miss Justice's usual greeting, but it had lost its cheerfulness. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. You've saved Bakeland once again." Chapter 488. Thinking back to the recent major events, Emlyn quickly locked onto the Great Smog and the outbreak of the plague, guessing that the lady opposite him was referring to this. But I heard that it was caused by a demoness of despair seeking to advance. Furthermore, the Church of the Storm quickly responded by creating a hurricane to blow everything away. How can it be said that Mr. Fool saved Bakeland? With his race backing him, Emlyn was rather well informed. When he compared the two, he couldn't help but be surprised and puzzled. Although he had always been proud and didn't wish to spend time socializing, he still had an instinctive fear when faced with a question mark. When he came to address the hidden existence, he still felt an instinctive fear and didn't dare to rashly ask about it. He planned to listen to it for a while first. Even though the hanging man, Alger, was floating at sea, he had received news of the Great Smog of Bakeland. He was rather interested in the secrets and the truth behind it. He firmly believed that it definitely involved a battle between deities. After all, it had attracted Mr. Fool's attention. I'll ask Miss Justice when I exchange information. However, she might not be too sure. There's no way for her to know the actual details from her position. She's very curious. With such an opening, she'll definitely attempt to obtain an answer from Mr. Fool. I hope to have a chance to listen. With this in mind, Alger turned his head to glance at Sunday, seeing that he wasn't in a rush and was calm and reserved. He knew that he and the City of Silver's expedition team had escaped the cycle of fate. Similarly, Audrey could also tell from Sun's reaction that their operation had gone smoothly. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief and planned on understanding the situation in detail later. After bowing solemnly at Mr. Fool, she thanked the world, thanking this tarot member who didn't look like a good person for warning them ahead of time. Mr. World, if it wasn't for your advance warning, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people in Bakeland would have died in this smog. In fact, this also saved me. Klein controlled the world to laugh hoarsely. He spoke sincerely without any pretense. This was because if he hadn't informed Miss Justice ahead of time, and had her warn the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the powerhouse who had erased Mr. A wouldn't have arrived in time. And he might not have been able to last that long. If I'm torn apart and eaten by Mr. A, I might not be able to resurrect. Klein rejoiced. Mr. A's eating was real eating. Right on the heels of that, as the Fool, he leaned back in his chair and replied with a smile, I've only provided a little help that is not worth mentioning. No, your adorer truly saved Bakeland. His contribution was the greatest among all of us. Audrey praised sincerely. His warning allowed the goddess and the Church of the Evernight Goddess to make preparations. They eliminated the demoness of despair in time and prevented the primordial demoness from awakening, allowing the pollution of the Great Smog to be under control. Furthermore, he directly destroyed the Aurora Order's ritual, once again isolating the true creator, who was attempting to descend from the real world. As she had provided the most important information, Audrey received unanimous praise from the Earl Hall and his wife. They didn't hide the results of the investigation and some of the details from her. Of course, they also raised their parents' wishes. They told their daughter not to get too deeply involved with the secret organization and to stay in the outer circle to obtain some information and maintain her strength below Sequence 7. The primordial demoness wants to awaken. The true creator is attempting to descend. What exactly is happening in Bakeland? At the same time, the hanging man Alger and the moon Emlyn had the same reaction, but their expressions were different. The former only raised his eyelids slightly, his pupils constricted, and he subconsciously sat a little sideways. The latter gave the illusion that he was about to jump up. Mother, no, moon above, when did Bakeland become so dangerous? Two evil gods actually appeared in the Great Smog this time. That lady must be lying, right? Although Mr. Fool is in existence suspected to be a deity, it's impossible for him to offend two of the same level at the same time. Could it be? Which orthodox deity's incarnation is it? Or, there's an alliance between deities behind it? Is this what the ancestor wants me to pray for? The reason for praying? The more Emlyn thought about it, the faster his heart beat, but he couldn't verify it. The Sanguine's nickname of vampire didn't mean that they didn't have a heartbeat. It was just that it was relatively slow, and the heart itself was one of the Sanguine's fatal weaknesses. Indeed, as expected of an incident that garnered Mr. Fool's attention. But what benefits can I obtain from destroying the evil god's schemes? The hanging man Alger secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Magician's Furs was alarmed and afraid. She never expected that the terrifying smog that had claimed tens of thousands of lives hid an even more terrifying truth. If it wasn't stopped in time, all of Bakeland would have been destroyed, and Zio and I definitely wouldn't have survived. Furs swallowed her saliva with great difficulty. Audrey's thoughts were exactly what she felt. Through this incident, the noble girl truly understood one thing. That was the peaceful, normal, and stable life that she had thought of as peaceful, and normal was like a soap bubble in the clash between God. It would burst at the slightest provocation. Or rather, the entire kingdom, the entire human society, only exists because of the balance between deities, and this balance is abnormally weak. Every time such a thought surged through her mind, Audrey felt gloomy. Seeing that someone knew and remembered his contributions, Klein immediately felt gratified as he smiled. He smiled and said, unfortunately, he had to leave Bakeland because of this. Mr. Fool's Blessed has temporarily left Bakeland? Audrey stood up again and bowed sincerely. Please convey my gratitude to him. Klein maintained his image and didn't respond. All he did was nod. At this moment Audrey added, "I'm very sorry. As the 3 churches and the military are cleaning up Bakeland, I haven't been able to obtain the subsequent pages of Roselle's diary. Please wait another week." "Sure," Klein said calmly. Upon hearing their conversation, Furs jolted awake and hurriedly looked at the end of the long bronze table. She hurriedly looked at the end of the long bronze table and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have received 3 pages of Roselle's diary. That's right. The more members we have, the more channels we have. Many things will snowball." Klein nodded slightly. "Very good. Roselle's diary?" Emlyn felt as though he had heard something incredible. Under his puzzled gaze, Furs conjured the 3 diary pages and passed them to Mr. Fool. It was only at this moment that Klein recalled that he had missed out on a particular vampire. He chuckled and introduced him. "This is a new member, Mr. Moon. This gathering is called Tarot. They are, Mr. Moon, I thought the one who would choose the moon card would be a lady." As Audrey politely greeted him, she began to think in a relaxed manner. Similarly, Emlyn was also guessing if the Hanging Man, Justice, and the other members were humans or beyonder creatures. What pathway they were in, what their sequences were, which organization they belonged to, and if they were friendly to the Sanguine. Klein didn't mind them sizing each other up as he cast his gaze at the diary in his hand. February 11th. Today I learned a secret of the Sauron family. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Ha. So it turns out that the hunter pathway they control will undergo a sex change at sequence 4. The men don't change, but the women become men. It's no wonder that none of the high sequence beyonders of the Sauron family I know are female. Iron-blooded knights are indeed true men. Ha ha ha, if it wasn't for this secret being so secretive, I would have used this to mock Florent next time. The ancestor of the Sauron family he resembles might have been a woman. Isn't this potion too much of a scam? I hope there won't be any strange changes after becoming a high-sequence savant. I don't want to suddenly realize that I either can't advance or have to become a woman. Upon seeing this diary entry, the first thought that flashed through Klein's mind was, "Emperor, you won't become a woman, but you've slept with a demoness, perhaps more than one. There's indeed a pathway that causes a woman to change into a man, and in the few that I predicted, Hunter represents war, and it will cause a woman to undergo a sex change at sequence 4. This doesn't seem right. The demoness pathway is at sequence 7, which, there's actually no strict correspondence." The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt a sense of distortion and madness. This was brought about by extreme asymmetry. Could it be that the underlying logic of this world is chaos, distortion, madness, and asymmetry? He tried his best to control himself from frowning. February 12th. I can't. I feel like laughing the moment I see Florent. Ha 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 ha. On the 15th of February, the improved cannon that I designed and supervised was completed. The effect was a little worse than I had expected, but it's not a big problem. With it and mass production, I'll let this world and this era witness true advanced tactics. In order to celebrate, I've decided to hold a banquet and invite those who look down on me. Just wait to be smacked in the face. The Emperor really can't hold a grudge overnight. As Klein sighed, he flipped to the second page of the diary. May 5th. That unspeakable organization once again gathered its members for a gathering. I'm shocked by the way they gather their members every time. It's a miracle, no, a miracle. After my previous observations, I raised some questions at this gathering. For example, all the sequence 0 names on the blasphemy slate have sufficient status. Only Red Priest appears unique and isn't high enough. The old gentleman sitting beside me told me that red refers to the red of war. Priests can be understood as sacrificers of the essence of power. Some people objected to him, believing that the priest of Red Priest refers to the priest of the original creator. I'm inclined towards the former, so I asked the old gentleman's name softly. I don't know the identity of every member here. To put it in extreme terms, I only know a portion of them. The old gentleman answered me with a smile. He said his name was Hermes. Chapter 489. Hermes? That's an ancient powerhouse. Klein's brows twitched. With a solid foundation in mysticism, he knew very well which era the old gentleman who created ancient Hermes was active in. That's the second epoch when giants ruled the land and dragons soared in the sky. In a sense, he appeared in human history even earlier than the god of combat and Earth Mother. In other words, before Little Sun joined the tarot, he didn't know the 7 deities, but he had likely heard of the name Hermes. Yes, I'll find a chance to get the world to confirm it later. That old gentleman personally experienced the thorny path of human ancestors, using themselves to test medicine and seek beyonder powers step by step. He used Jotun and Dragonese as a blueprint, and standing on the shoulders of pioneers, he created a beyonder language that belongs to humans. There's a high chance that he saw the first blasphemy slate. He actually lived to the time of Roselle the Great, and he might even be alive to this day. He's a living fossil of human mysticism. Klein sighed as he experienced the terror of the Twilight Hermit Order from another angle. Even Hermes was one of its members. As for the other secret organizations, or even the Church of the 7 Deities, they often used ancient Hermes during their sacrifices and rituals. The Twilight Hermit Order sure is high-end, impressive, and high-class. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What he was most envious of wasn't that the Twilight Hermit Order had a legendary figure like Hermes, who existed alongside human history, but that he had a second blasphemy slate. That's practically cheating. When Klein thought of how the tarot only had 1/22 of the cards of blasphemy, he felt a little wistful. He focused his gaze back on the piece of paper and continued reading the rest of the diary entry. Heavens! The ordinary-looking old man sitting beside me is actually Hermes. He lived from the dark 2nd epoch to the 5th epoch when Beyonders declined. I made the right choice to join this organization. I see my bright future. 3 exclamation marks aren't enough to describe my current feelings. This bunch of important figures, these old farts, are gathered together purely because they believe in the idea that dusk is approaching? No, it's definitely not like that. At least I'm not. Among them, there must be people who believe in those ideals fanatically, and they simply want to wait for the original creator to awaken. They want history to progress to that point as planned. According to my understanding, it's most likely not awakening, but resurrection. Wait a minute, I thought of a problem. After I agreed to the secret invitation, I quickly joined the gathering without going through any investigation. Although the organizer of the gathering said that in order for me to join, there was a disagreement among the members and they had no choice but to vote, and with more than 2/3 of the votes, I was barely allowed to join. But that wasn't the point. The point was that they didn't care if I believed in the concept of approaching dusk, and they didn't mind that I had all kinds of ideas. How did they know I wouldn't harm the organization? Could it be that there's a high-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway here, a high-sequence beyonder who has reached the level of an angel? He has unknowingly used my verbal promise to plant a secret psychological cue, and is confident enough to discover the hidden malice of the members? That's really possible, but it makes me shudder just thinking about it. In addition, once the organization's name is mentioned to the outside world without permission, it will immediately be detected. They even gave me a few former members who had been eliminated as examples. Even if it's written on paper, even if it's in a newly invented language, it's not allowed. Let me think. The spectator pathway's sequence 2 is clairvoyant, and sequence 1 is author. Who here matches the corresponding characteristics? Note 1. Yes, I have a suspect, and that's the organizer of the gathering. Right, there's also the spectator pathway's sequence 0. Its name is Visionary. But I don't think anyone here has reached the level of a true god. Otherwise, there's no need to hide behind the scenes. Of course, they might be a divine item at sequence 0, such as a uniqueness of a particular pathway. Perhaps it's the one that created this true dream that connects the east and west ends of the continent, and it has the ability to react the moment its name is mentioned. Back then, I didn't think too much about it. Amidst my shock, I asked about other things, such as why would there be the word authority in the description of deities. Old Mr. Hermes gave me an excellent answer. Upon seeing this, Klein realized that the diary page had reached the end. He hurriedly flipped to the next page, but he quickly turned back because the subsequent diary page didn't connect to the previous one. Where's the answer? Is it on the original page, or is it because it's too long and he can't be bothered to write it, or is there no need to record it in the diary? Klein was so frustrated that he wanted to transmigrate to the past and grab Roselle's neck to get him to tell him Hermes's answer. Of course, he didn't show any signs of emotion on the surface, nor did he make any extra body language. So the spectator pathway's sequence 0 is called visionary. This corresponds very well with the dragon of imagination. I thought it would be dragon. Visionary is closer to what humans know. That is to say, consuming the corresponding sequence 0 potion won't necessarily make one into a dragon, sequence 1 author. Just from the name of the potion, I feel that it's somewhat similar to the characteristics of the quill 0-08. The way the Twilight Hermit Order gathers its members is by relying on a real dream that connects the east and west ends of the continent. The description of miracles at the beginning of the diary gave me a fright. I thought they also had the gray fog and the mysterious space above the gray fog. Klein calmed himself down and realized that the diary page provided a lot of useful information that was very important. First of all, he knew that this ancient sage, Hermes, had lived to Roselle's era 1 or 2 centuries ago, and that he was a member of that mysterious organization. Secondly, from Roselle's description of the organization's ineffable name, he basically confirmed that the mysterious organization was equivalent to the Twilight Hermit Order. Finally, he learned the names of the spectator pathways sequence 0, sequence 1, and sequence 2. Although he wouldn't be able to use them for the time being, it had truly enriched his knowledge of mysticism. Who knows when Miss Justice will raise relevant questions? She's always been very curious. Klein forced himself to forget the missing answers and flipped to the last page of the diary. As he read, Audrey habitually observed the various details. She acutely discovered that the Dark Emperor card that Mr. Fool had placed on the long, mottled table had disappeared. He bestowed it to his adorer and provided the corresponding help, or did he exchange items with some other existence? Audrey's eyes flickered as she attempted to guess the reason. She was more inclined to the first idea, because without Mr. Fool's help, his adorer might not have been able to destroy the true Creator's descent ritual. He's a man of medium height, and he's wearing the most popular double-breasted frock coat in Rouen. Back then, he was near Red Rose Manor. Through this investigation, I might be able to lock onto a target, but this might anger Mr. Fool. He didn't allow me to expose the identity of his adorer. Audrey, don't think too much about it. Don't be curious. Perhaps you will meet and get to know each other in the future. Audrey retracted her gaze. At this moment, Klein felt like laughing because of the contents of the last page of the diary. March 16th. First time attending this world's aristocratic ball. Those ladies and madams are much better than I imagined. In the novels I've read, there are descriptions of medieval world that don't bathe and rely on perfume to conceal their disgusting body odors. They often step on feces when they go out, and they smear their faces with things that can easily lead to heavy metal poisoning. But it's different here. They love bathing, have charming perfume, fair skin, tight waists, and most of their figures aren't bad. I overcame my nervousness and had a good chat with Viscount Delalos's youngest daughter. We talked about the contributions my ancestors had made, my family's manor, and my current title. Then, she politely suggested that we go have something to eat. I didn't think much of it at the time, thinking that picking up girls needed to be done step by step. However, when I went downstairs for a stroll in the garden, I found her having sex with Count Floriz's eldest son in an empty study. F***ck. It's their first time meeting. Am I, Huangtao Roselle, not handsome enough, or am I not humorous enough? How realistic. Thankfully, those madams treat me well. I can sense their hidden passion, hee. Roselle really wasn't used to Intis in the beginning. According to historical records, the Gustav family had declined for several generations, and they only had the title of baron. They didn't have much land and assets until Roselle made his fortune. I didn't expect that the emperor's woman would be snatched away. Wait, I remember Roselle mentioning in one of his diary entries that he had slept with Count Floriz's wife. Impressive, impressive. Klein moved his gaze down and read the remaining 2 diary entries. They weren't of much value. They were Roselle's records of his life in the manor. The entire content was about his desire to hunt, his yearning for delicacies, and his desire to obtain beyonder powers and beautiful maidservants. Klein leaned back slightly and made the diary disappear from his hand, as he said with a smile. He smiled and said, "You may begin." Audrey immediately looked at Sun diagonally opposite her. "Have you broken out of that cycle?" Sun nodded honestly before bowing at the end of the long bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you very much for your guidance. This allowed me to find the key point of the Angel of Fate from the murals with the words Rose Redemption. I helped the chief destroy the cycle of fate." "What Angel of Fate? I don't know anything." The dumbfounded Klein replied with a smile. "That's right. Not bad." Chapter 490. Similarly, Emlyn was also dumbfounded. What Rose Redemption, Angel of Fate and Cycle of Destruction? They were beyond his knowledge. He felt that he could understand every single word, but he had no idea what they meant when they were strung together. Could it be that the young son had just escaped the pursuit of an angel? Emlyn made guesses based on the small portion of content he could understand. And after Derek thanked Mr. Fool, the hanged man changed his sitting posture slightly and looked at him diagonally. Starting from Miss Justice's question, he said in a normal tone, "That's right. What's the specific process?" Derek didn't hide anything as he answered honestly, "That's right. Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Magicians, and Mr. World, thank you for your concern, and thank you for your previous suggestions. In the 6th exploration, I tried." He described his actions and the corresponding results, emphasizing the fact that Jack came from Enmat Harbor and the details of the mural where the Rose Redemption was located. Enmat Harbor. That strange boy, Jack, is really from the Kingdom of Rouen. In other words, the forsaken land of the gods where the City of Silver is located is connected to the northern and southern continents in some way. As long as I find the right location, I can enter. Klein listened leisurely as he made a judgment in his heart. Enmat Harbor was located to the east of Tingen City. It was one of the most famous seaports in the central part of the Kingdom of Rouen. Together with Pritz Harbor, they supported more than half of Baekeland's supplies. Spirit medium Ma M. Daly had once settled there. The Aurora Order's Mr. Z seems to be there as well. Klein recalled some of the past. The same judgment appeared in the hearts of the Hanging Man Alger, Justice Audrey, and Magician's Furs. For this, some of them were purely excited, while others were filled with curiosity and worry. They were afraid that the all-devouring darkness around the City of Silver would continue to spread, eventually enveloping the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas. The first seat told me that through what happened before and my reminder, he recalled some ancient records that he couldn't tell were true or false. It was said that when the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, watched over this land, he was surrounded by many angels, and the leaders of the angels were the kings closest to the divine throne. There were a total of 8 of them, including the children of the gods. Sun recalled Demon Hunter Colin's words as he slowly said, "He suspects that Amon is the Angel of Time from the King of Angels, and the one on the mural is the Angel of Fate, Tail Devourer Ouroboros." 8 Kings of Angels? The 8 Kings of Angels who are closest to the Creator's throne? Audrey was inexplicably excited when she heard this. Out of curiosity, she asked, "Mr. Sun, what are the titles and names of the other 6 Angel Kings?" "The chief didn't say, so I didn't dare ask," Sun replied, feeling a little ashamed. "I really want to know the answer." Audrey subconsciously looked towards the end of the long bronze table, looking at Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in grey fog with a yearning gaze, hoping to obtain the corresponding answer. She had already decided what price she was willing to pay. "Why are you looking at me?" "I don't know either." Klein controlled the corner of his mouth to twitch. Of course, he wasn't completely clueless. He could barely guess who the 2 Kings of Angels were. The evil spirit in the underground ruin described the Medici family as one of the founders of Rose Redemption, and from the mural, Angel of Fate Ouroboros is likely one of the leaders of Rose Redemption. Both of them are basically equal in status, which also means that the Medici family has a King of Angels, but it's impossible to determine if he has perished. The Medici family is suspected to be in control of the Hunter pathway, which is also the Red Priest pathway. That King of Angels title should be Red Angel or War Angel, since the Son of God is a King of Angels, and Amon is one of them, the Angel of Time. It's impossible for Adam not to be one, but it's impossible to determine his title. I can't guess who the other 4 Kings of Angels are. Perhaps one or a few of them are in the Twilight Hermit Order. It's possible. The Twilight Hermit Order is hostile to the fallen Creator, and it corresponds to Rose Redemption, which worships this evil god. Perhaps it really comes from the few Kings of Angels from back then. Yes, there's a side proof that isn't strong enough. According to the legends of the City of Silver, the authority of the ancient god, Dragon of Imagination Anquelt, was taken back by the Creator. Logically speaking, it's not impossible for the Lord who created everything to give a portion of this authority to the King of Angels beside the throne. And the descriptions and guesses in Roselle's diary indicate that the Twilight Hermit Order might have a spectator, which is the power of an angel of the visionary pathway, or even higher. The 2 can correspond. Hermes is someone who experienced that period of history. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein smiled. "You will come into contact with it in the future. When I figure it out, I'll sell the corresponding information to you," he added inwardly. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't have any intention of answering, Audrey retracted her gaze in disappointment and gestured for Little Sun to continue narrating. The hanging man Alger had a bold idea. The history before the cataclysm can no longer be verified. At the end of the 3rd season and the beginning of the 4th epoch, there were only 6 orthodox gods. Including Amon and the Tail Devourer, wouldn't there be 8? They obtained benefits from the passing of the Creator and successfully advanced to Sequence 0? For a moment, Alger felt that his thoughts were blasphemous actions that could be punished by burning at the stake. He couldn't help but feel excited. It wasn't easy for him to calm down as he focused on listening to Little Sun's story. Towards all of this, Emlyn could only respond with a blank expression. Although the Sanguine had a long history and had a long lifespan, and they knew a lot of history before the cataclysm, it was all concentrated before the ancestor fell asleep. It didn't involve the so-called Kings of Angels. As Sun recounted the details of how the City of Silver's chief, Colin, had destroyed the cycle of fate, Klein was thinking about something else. It can be roughly confirmed that Tail Devourer Ouroboros is a Sequence 1 snake of Mercury of the monster pathway. All Kings of Angels correspond to Sequence 1? Could that Angel of Fate be the snake of Mercury that pursued Will Auceptin? If that's the case, it means that the true Creator's influence in Backlund isn't limited to Mr. A and his subordinates. However, the battle between the 2 snakes of Mercury for the position of Sequence 0 has taken up all of the Tail Devourer's attention, making it unable to care about anything else. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that Septon is equivalent to Ouroboros, but the probability isn't high. Rose Redemption has quite a number of demigods and even angels, so it's unlikely that the Tail Devourer would rely on an ordinary person to restart without protection. There's also another possibility. The two snakes of Mercury in Bakeland aren't the Angel of Fate. The latter is still active in the forsaken land of the gods. If that's the case, 3 snakes of Mercury will be gathered. After recounting the escape, Sun expressed his gratitude once again. And even though this was the second time hearing about the repeated cycle, it still left Audrey and company feeling a chill run down their spines. Their hair stood on end as they felt curious and afraid. This has already exceeded my understanding of Beyonder powers. It's all thanks to Mr. Fool's help. Audrey sincerely praised the owner of the tarot in her heart, feeling full of confidence. The Hanging Man, Alger, and company had similar thoughts as her. They all believed that the repeated cycle was close to a miracle that could only be broken by a deity. And fortunately, the owner of the tarot was a deity. Mr. Fool was a deity. At this moment, son Derek looked across and said sincerely, "Miss Magicians, there were some accidents on the way back to the City of Silver." Miss Magician, there were some accidents on the way back to the City of Silver. Although they have been resolved, they have delayed our speed, preventing us from returning to the City of Silver in time. Your Spirit Eater stomach pouch will need to wait for another 1 to 2 days. Yes, I feel like there's no surveillance on me anymore. No problem, I can wait. I've prepared enough gold pounds. Magician's Furs heaved a sigh of relief. She had already sold the Mirror Dragon's Eye to Miss Justice and received £1,000 in cash. After informing her teacher, Dorian, of the exact outcome, she was praised and rewarded for her honesty. Dorian told her that the reason why she had offered £800 was because she wanted to give her about £100 for her hard work. This way, the extra £200 would be an additional gain for her. In other words, she had earned £300. Together with her original savings, she had a total of £650, enough to buy a Spirit Eater's stomach bag. With this matter, Dorian trusted her a lot and revealed a lot of information about the ingredient. I'll need at least 2 weeks to digest the extra potion. There's no rush. Furs looked diagonally across her and said, "Mr. the Hanging Man, there's news of the dragon-eyed sea condor's eyeball that you needed. £2,200. Dorian's guiding price was £2,000. On the one hand, Furs wanted to leave room for bargaining, and on the other hand, she wanted to earn a little more. £2,200. The Hanging Man Alger couldn't help but frown. After buying the wind-blessed potion formula, his financial situation wasn't optimistic. Although he still had some private stashes, they were either useful to him, or he couldn't find a buyer for a long time. Phew! He secretly exhaled and said without batting an eyelid, "Very good, but I need some time to gather the funds." "Very well, but I need some time to gather the funds. Also, this is too expensive. I have many channels to get cheaper ones. £1,900, this is the highest price I can accept." "No, £2,000. That's my bottom line." Magician's Furs replied without any hesitation. She was afraid that if she shouted too high, the other party would give up on the deal. Alger immediately nodded. "Deal. This." Furs was momentarily taken aback. Emlyn, who was listening by the side, witnessed the conclusion of a deal. After some thought, he eagerly asked, "What's the matter?" After thinking for a moment, he eagerly asked, "Everyone, does anyone know how a sanguine can increase their strength without relying on the gifts of their elders?" Just as he said that, he felt gazes cast over. "Sanguine? Are these the legendary vampires?" Audrey's eyes lit up as she scrutinized Mr. Moon. And as a novelist, Magician's Furs undoubtedly had all sorts of beautiful or bizarre imaginations of the sanguine. Her eyes were similarly bright and spirited. "Sanguine? The hanging man Alger was first taken aback before he relaxed his brows. A vampire that hides in the depths of the darkness, covered in pus, and moves like the wind? Sun couldn't help but size up Emlyn. Chapter 491. Emlyn, who was being stared at, was immediately at a loss. He vaguely knew that he had asked a question he shouldn't have. "What are you looking at me for? Am I not allowed to have a vampire friend? Should I explain?" "No, what's wrong with the Blood Clan? I am a member of the Blood Tribe. There is nothing to be ashamed of. The Blood Race has a long history, a long lifespan, and a rich accumulation. We are a noble race. You guys aren't particularly powerful either. The items you traded were at most sequence 6. As his thoughts flashed and changed, Emlyn White raised his chin and proudly added, "Yes, I am a pure blood breed." No one asked him if he was. Mr. Moon is feeling a little guilty, so he reacted in an extreme manner. Audrey read through Emlyn's performance. "He's really a sanguine." Magician's Furs asked curiously, "Mr. Moon, has your sanguine imitated humans and created titles like Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron to mark powerhouses of different levels and statuses?" "No, it's you humans imitating us blood breeds. Long before the Cataclysm, back in the Second Epoch, we sanguine already had the titles of Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Those who haven't fully grasped their powers are considered underage sanguine. As for me, I'm an adult. If I advance one more rank, I'll obtain the title of Baron. Then, it'll go up to Duke. Above Duke is the position of Queen and Prince. Back then, you humans were still under the rule of the Giant King's court." Just as he finished his sentence, Derek blurted out, "That's not a good idea. There are no such records in the history of our city of Silver. The division of the blood race is based on the appearance of the first blasphemy slate. Previously it was vague and vague. There were only different family leaders, different leaders of different regions, and so on. At the top was Ancestor Lilith. After that, it was strictly based on the potion system and the different sequences." Emlyn replied disdainfully, "That's right. The history of our sanguine is written over a long period of time. It's not something that a small, ordinary city of Silver's random records can overthrow." "Wait, they keep mentioning the City of Silver. Where is the City of Silver? Why haven't I heard of it?" After retorting, Emlyn realized that he seemed to have overlooked an important problem. "Our City of Silver doesn't fabricate history. Our records come from ancient texts that can be verified or the ruins of other cities," Derek emphasized, feeling aggrieved. "If no one stops them, I think they can argue about this until the end of the gathering. Although Little Sun is honest, sincere, and introverted, he's a very stubborn and persistent person. Mr. Moon seems to be especially interested in the history of the sanguine." Audrey was engrossed in her daily observations as a telepathist. At this moment, the hanging man Alger interrupted the Sun and the Moon's discussion. "I know how to increase the strength of the blood race." Emlyn's attention was instantly diverted. Mr. the Hanging Man, what kind of payment do you need? I can use the lost history of the vampires to trade for it." The Hanging Man, Alger smiled. "No, we are all members of the Tarot. This kind of information exchange is free. Mr. the Hanging Man is really a generous and noble person." Emlyn made a preliminary judgment. "Thank you for your kindness." Alger thought for 2 seconds. "The blood breeds can also consume magic potions to advance, but it has to be the right kind. There are experiments conducted within the major churches, and the results have proven that this method is feasible. However, I have no access to the specific information. But the main ingredient of those potions is from my race." Emlyn rejected this method. The Hanging Man smiled. "Never talk about absolute. For example, I have clues to a sanguine baron's characteristic. He died in a sudden conflict, and he didn't have the time to find an heir. As for you, you can use magic potions to receive this inheritance and prevent the power of the sanguine from being lost." This was an item owned by a great pirate that Alger knew. As he didn't know what sequence or potion it corresponded to, he had never been able to sell it. Furthermore, the artisan channel that he had just established wasn't very interested in it either. Using magic potions to inherit an inheritance and prevent the power of the sanguine from being lost. Emlyn suddenly felt that what Mr. the Hanging Man said made sense, so he changed his tone and asked, "What's the price?" The Hanging Man Alger chuckled and said, "Between 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. I'll only know the exact price when I find the owner." He had yet to communicate with the pirate, but he believed that as long as the price wasn't ridiculous, he would accept it. This was because to a pirate, selling it was a profit without too much capital. 5,000 pounds? Emlyn exclaimed in surprise. With such a large sum of money, I would be able to move the dolls I had been eyeing home for a long time, and I would be able to buy a few new sets of clothes for all the dolls. Emlyn's first reaction was to give up on such a deal, but when he thought of the ancestors' favor, the glory of the sanguine, and his identity as the savior of his race, he was placed in a difficult position. Alger didn't rush him as he smiled nonchalantly. "I know this is a difficult decision. You can take your time to think about it. There's no rush." "All right." Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief. "Mr. Hanged Man is really—" Audrey mumbled inwardly, turned to look at the moon Emlyn, and said to all the members, "Mr. Hanged Man, ladies and gentlemen, is there any news about the fruit of the elder tree and the blood of the mirror dragon?" "Yes," Emlyn answered without hesitation. Previously, he had made a killing by purchasing Beyonder ingredients for a great detective, so he paid close attention to such information at every sanguine gathering. Without waiting for Miss Justice to press him further, he continued, "The price of the fruit of the elder tree is between 600 to 700 pounds. The price of the elder tree's fruit is between 600 to 700 pounds, and the mirror dragon's blood is no more than 100 pounds. I don't remember the exact amount." He truthfully gave the original price indicated by the seller and frankly added, "But you have to pay me an additional 50 pounds. But you have to pay me an extra 50 pounds, no, 100 pounds. You know, I have to take risks and waste my time." This was something Emlyn had learned from Sherlock Moriarty. He felt that it was very good and reasonable because intermediaries also needed to be paid. "Deal." Just as he said that, Audrey happily chose to accept. She knew that such matters could be negotiated, but she felt that there was no need. She was afraid that she would anger the other party and cause the deal to fall through. "To me, the most important thing is to advance to sequence 7. Roselle the Great once said that any problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem." Audrey's heavy mood had improved recently. After the New Year's ball, she had obtained control of her 400,000 pounds. All she had to do was hire a few accountants and managers sent by her father. At the same time, she received more than 20,000 pounds in gifts such as jewelry, horses, hounds, and paintings. Most of them came from her mother, her 2 brothers, and the other members of the Hall family. As for cash, it wasn't much. It was only 5,000 pounds. She didn't receive any rewards for her contributions to the Great Smog of Bakeland due to her request to conceal it. All of this turned into political resources for Earl of Hall. For this, the aristocratic banker said that any expenses his little angel had in the field of mysticism could be reimbursed. Of course, Audrey didn't dare reveal that she was trying to break through to sequence 7. She could only use her pocket money and private stash. I can pay off the balance of Glaint this month. Next month, I can pay Mr. Fool's adorer 2,000 pounds. Very easy. Audrey thought in a good mood. Very rich. Emlyn nearly failed to react as he asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong?" He then asked in puzzlement, "How do I complete the transaction?" He then asked in puzzlement, Audrey explained with a faint smile. "By making a sacrifice to Mr. Fool." She took the initiative to obtain the Fool's approval and conjured the corresponding ritual requirements. When Emlyn received the 2 pieces of goatskin, he was taken aback. Such a transaction method had exceeded his imagination. Only at this moment did he deeply realize that the tarot was different from the typical secret organization. Watching the members' transactions, Klein felt rather gratified. This was because, with the passage of time, the tarot was connected to more and more channels and resources. It was much easier to achieve their respective goals. They no longer had to make requests that went unanswered. Miss Justice, who represented psychological alchemy, the Rouen aristocratic circle, and the power of money; Mr. the Hanging Man, who represented the Church of the Storm and the resources at sea; Little Sun, who represented the forsaken land of the gods and the City of Silver; Miss Magicians, who represented the House of Abraham and a number of lower and middle-class beyonders in Bakeland; and the Moon, who represented the Sanguine. They made the tarot's ability to trade resources and intelligence more and more perfect. They're about to advance as well. As Klein thought, he controlled the world to say in a hoarse voice, "I have clues to the characteristics left behind by a psychiatrist. I have clues about a psychiatrist's characteristic. Miss Justice, do you need any more?" The reason why Klein didn't snatch the business from Miss Justice was because he knew that Miss Justice had a pet of the same pathway, so she wasn't afraid that no one would want the item. Of course, Audrey didn't hesitate at all. Her thoughts were very simple. If they were to encounter an enemy attack, it might not be enough to rely on herself to provide an unexpected surprise. It would be even more appropriate to include the unexpected Susie. This will take a certain amount of time. It might take a month or even 2 months, the world added in a low and hoarse voice. No problem. Audrey didn't feel any psychological pressure. She knew that Susie hadn't digested the telepathist potion. Phew, it's good that the transaction is finalized. I hope that I can free that psychiatrist as soon as possible. Miss Justice didn't seem to ask about the price. In her heart, with the fool supervising, the price wouldn't be too ridiculous. And as long as it wasn't ridiculous, she could accept it? Her financial situation has improved quite a bit recently. Klein made the world look at the Hanging Man and chuckle. "Are you interested in helping me sell another item? The price is no less than £3,500, and I'll give you a 15% commission. It's a pleasure working with you." The Hanging Man Alger agreed first before asking with interest, "What item?" He was rather curious about the world. He had a nagging feeling that the other party knew a lot and had many good things. A characteristic left behind by a Beyonder. It's equivalent to a Sequence 6, and its main effect is to change one's appearance and figure. It also comes with combat, fire control, and other abilities. Of course, the exact effects will depend on the artisan's thoughts and standards. The world chuckled. "Changing my appearance and figure. I really want it." Audrey and Magician's Furs had the same thought at the same time. The difference was that the latter only had a thought while Audrey spoke with sparkling eyes. "Mr. the Hanging Man, can I pre-order a mystical item created by an artisan using this characteristic? As long as the effects of changing my appearance remain." Chapter 492. Pre-order a mystical item? The Hanging Man Alger was taken aback for a second before he realized what Miss Justice was talking about. The limitations of his thinking were immediately opened, and he felt that there was room for him to make use of this matter. In a sense, the Beyonder characteristic entrusted by World has already been sold. The item has a definite destination. I can simplify the process and make things easier and more beneficial to me. That is to say, there's no need for me to sell it to the artisan. I should choose to commission it. This way, I don't have to worry about whether the characteristic will be sold or not. Not only can I receive a commission from World, but I can also obtain more profits from Miss Justice. The upfront cost I need to pay is only the commission fee. Of course, I have to consider the risk of the artisan not keeping his promise. Thoughts after thoughts surfaced in his mind. The Hanging Man Alger quickly weighed the pros and cons and made a decision. No problem. I'll handle this matter. He looked at Miss Justice and felt that she was emitting a golden glow that made it impossible to look straight at her. Even after he joined the Church of the Storm and drifted on the sea for many years, he had never seen such a person anywhere else. Many sea merchants were extravagant, and there were even more rich ones, but none of them really cared about money. Miss Justice's financial situation has improved to such an extent? The fool Klein jumped in fright as well. For a moment, he wanted to urge her to pay the £2,000 she owed his adorer as soon as possible, but considering that he had already promised Miss Justice to delay the repayment until February or March, he could only remain silent and remain motionless to prevent himself from destroying the fool's image. At the very least, the money for the faceless beyonder characteristic can be obtained quickly. The speed depends on how Mr. the Hanging Man contacts a particular artisan, as well as the speed at which the artisan creates the mystical item. Unfortunately, I can only rely on Mr. the Hanging Man to contact an artisan for now. Otherwise, I can directly sell the characteristic to Miss Justice without paying a commission. With this in mind, Klein felt mixed emotions. After finalizing a big deal, the Hanging Man Alger silently heaved a sigh of relief, feeling that his financial situation was slowly improving. He thought for a few seconds and asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you have a method or item to put everyone on a ship to sleep at the same time?" The reason why Alger hadn't gone to the primitive island to hunt the blue shadow falcons was because he hadn't thought of a way to leave the Blue Avenger without arousing suspicion. He also hadn't thought of a way to leave the Blue Avenger and the dozen sailors and crew members who belonged to the church. Let all the people on the ship fall into a deep sleep? The first thing that came to Klein's mind was the biological poison bottle, but the effects of this thing couldn't be controlled at all. The scene would probably not be pleasant. Right on the heels of that, he recalled the soul of the nightmare in Creeping Hunger. Making people sleep and dragging them into dreams was a specialty of this Beyonder job. But the problem is that there's no way for a nightmare to make so many people enter a dream at the same time. It can only affect more than 10 people. To satisfy Mr. the Hanging Man's requirements, one has to be at least a sequence 5 of the corresponding pathway, or even a powerhouse at the demigod level. Klein dispelled the idea and didn't let words speak. At the same time, Audrey, Magician's Furs, and Son either shook their heads in response or answered with no. Emlyn thought for a moment and said, "I can help you ask around. I can help you ask around. Perhaps we sanguine have mystical items with similar effect." Always saying "we sanguine." In the future, I can try to convince them more from this angle. The Hanging Man Alger grasped something as he nodded with a smile. "Sorry to trouble you." Seeing that the transaction was coming to an end, Klein hurriedly got World to mention the latest requirements. "Everyone, help me take note of the remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith and the eyes of a 6-winged gargoyle. Other than that, the supplementary ingredients weren't too difficult to purchase." He believed that there was no need to use the tarot. "All right." Sun was the first to respond. Then, he added in embarrassment, "Mr. World, the method you want to remove the mental corruption in the Beyonder characteristic will still need some time. I should be able to advance to sequence 7 very soon." As he spoke, he looked to the side. "Mr. the Hanging Man, once I return to the City of Silver, I'll compile a list of the common monsters in the surrounding area. Everything that he owed others, every promise that he had made but had yet to fulfill, he kept it firmly in his heart. He felt that he couldn't sleep well enough." "No problem," the gloomy World said indifferently. Klein really wasn't in a rush. His faceless code had yet to be perfected, and the digestion of the potion had only just begun. It would still take several months. Therefore, his plan wasn't to head straight for the Gargas archipelago. He would be active in the various colonial islands along the way as an adventurer and traveler. From time to time, he would change his identity and experience life, so as to refine the faceless code. During this process, he would inquire about mermaids in more detail. After knowing that the Church of the Goddess reared such spiritual creatures and that they possessed the high sequence potion formula of the seer pathway, Klein was always worried that the Gargas archipelago had a trap that targeted every faceless who sought to advance. In other words, Klein would have to spend 2 to 3 months traveling and adventuring on the Sonia Sea. This interval was long enough for Sun to obtain the potion formula, gather the corresponding ingredients, and advance to sequence 7 High Priest Sunday. With the end of the transaction, the members of the Tarot entered the time for free communication. Justice Audrey didn't disappoint the hanging man's expectations. She stood up first, lifted her skirt, and bowed to the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to know the truth behind the great smog of Bakeland. Was this purely a result of the cultists trying to awaken the primordial demoness and the descent of the true creator? Why did Prince Edisac choose to cooperate with them? According to the principle of equivalent exchange that you set, what do I need to pay to obtain the corresponding information? If I knew, the matter would have been completely resolved by now. The experienced Klein maintained his leisurely sitting posture and chuckled. There's no need. The root of the problem has yet to be discovered, but there are enough clues. I hope the people of the 3 churches aren't too foolish. The root of the problem has yet to be discovered? The matter hasn't been completely resolved? Mr. Fool got his adorer to leave some clues for the churches and the military? Audrey was rather shocked when she heard that, but she felt that it wasn't too surprising given her previous worries. Thank you for your answer. She bowed sincerely again. There's still danger in Bakeland? Magician's Furs immediately felt a little uneasy. After Miss Justice sat down, Klein controlled the world and chuckled. Mr. the Hanging Man, I've discovered the Baron you were talking about. The Baron involved in many cases of slaves escaping from colonial islands? The Hanging Man asked in disbelief. Yes, brownish-red skin, southern continent, Bakeland accent, and the 3rd tooth on the left is fake, the world replied hoarsely. It should be him. The Hanging Man Alger recalled for 2 seconds and said, Where is he? What's his current identity? Also, Mr. World, do you want £100 in cash or something of equivalent value? This was a mission from the Church of the Storm, and buying clues was a reimbursable act, so the Hanging Man didn't feel any pressure. Money, of course. The fool Klein, who was worrying about his living expenses, controlled the world and said, £100 in cash. £100 in cash. Baron is in Bakeland. Someone saw him meeting with an MI9 member loyal to the royal family. I don't know who it is because he was wearing a mask. An MI9 member loyal to the royal family. The Hanging Man ruminated over the words and suddenly thought of Miss Justice's question. Why is Prince Edisac cooperating with the Aurora Order and the Demoness sect? This also points to the royal family. Can the 2 cases be combined? The truth behind the matter involves the disappearance of the slaves? Alger felt that he had vaguely seen some key points. You really are a well-informed person with many channels. The £100 will be paid tomorrow. The Hanging Man Alger thanked him with a calm expression. Heh! World chuckled and turned to look at Sunday. Little guy, do you know Ancient Hermes? Derek didn't hide anything and answered honestly, I'm not sure. I've heard of Hermes, but the City of Silver doesn't have the knowledge in this area. In the Second Epoch, there was no distinction between Hermes and Ancient Hermes. It was only in the Fourth Epoch that there was a corresponding simplification of Ancient Hermes, making it easier for daily use, teaching, and dissemination. However, it no longer had such intense and direct ritualistic effect. In other words, the Hermes spoken by Little Sun is equivalent to Ancient Hermes. There's indeed a person named Hermes in the history of the City of Silver. Klein nodded to himself. What a pity. I wanted to ask you for a favor. At this moment, Audrey recalled something from their conversation, something that stemmed from psychological alchemy. She originally planned on communicating directly, But looking at the new member, Mr. Moon, she felt that she didn't know him well. All she could do was raise her hand slightly. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have something to report to you. Klein nodded slightly, isolating the other people's senses. What is it? He asked calmly. Audrey said honestly, I obtained some information from the psychological alchemy. The most important thing is that their establishment originated from the excavation of the ruins of Hermes, which is the Hermes master who created the ancient Hermes language. The ruins of Hermes? This old man was still alive 100 or 200 years ago. Did he deliberately guide psychological alchemy to discover the relic, or did he perish in the Roselle incident? Klein was alarmed. After some deliberation, he reminded him with a smile. Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. He didn't mention that Hermes might still be alive, because there was no way to confirm it. Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order? Psychological alchemy might be involved with this mysterious organization? Audrey was alarmed before she heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I have Tarot and Mr. Fool backing me. Otherwise, there's no way for me to know or guard against it. She once again praised the Fool gratefully. At this moment, Klein originally wanted to console Miss Justice, hoping that she wouldn't be in too much pain and worry about the great smog of Bakeland. Being mature didn't mean that one had to give up a certain good mood and smile. This wouldn't affect the importance one placed on matters. Instead, it would help one persevere longer. But after some consideration, in order to maintain his image as the Fool, he had no choice but to abandon the advice from the former clown. Following that, he removed the barrier on the other members and waited for the end of the conversation, as well as the end of the tarot gathering. Chapter 493. After communicating for a while, Derek suddenly asked, What's the matter? Honorable Mr. Fool, what hand gesture should we use when thanking you? Hand gesture? Klein was momentarily stumped by Little Sunday. He had never thought of imitating the Church of the Goddess by drawing circles clockwise or the Church of the Storm by punching the left chest with his right fist. This is probably the bottom line of a false god. He lampooned inwardly. Seeing Mr. Fool's smiling eyes but silent, as though he was waiting for them to do their best, Audrey immediately had a lot of inspiration and connected it to a new problem. Her eyes sparkled as she looked around. Everyone, should we also design a covert action to reveal our identities? Our tarot doesn't have many members yet, so we don't need to worry about appearing in the same place and becoming enemies due to various reasons. However, it will be difficult to avoid it in the future. We need a special set of secret signals to distinguish who is a friend and who is an enemy. I have an idea about that. Klein suddenly recalled the secret hand gestures he knew from his previous life, such as the greeting of a hand. Just as he was about to control the world to make a suggestion, the hanging man said, No, Miss Justice. No, Miss Justice, I don't think it's a good idea. Compared to other secret organizations, one of the most striking characteristics of our tarot is that the members don't know each other. Even if, I'll give the most extreme example. Even if one of our members is arrested and interrogated, it wouldn't affect the others unless someone can resist Mr. Fool and directly enter this place. And that's clearly impossible. Once we have the entire set of secret signals and passwords, the betrayal of a traitor will allow the enemy faction to use these methods to fish us out one by one. Are you eager to flaunt your identities as tarot members to others? Audrey was momentarily unable to retort. All she could do was mumble, But, your worries are reasonable, but this can be avoided by means of regular weekly communication, temporary hand gestures designed in advance, and praying to Mr. Fool. The hanging man, Alger, considered that the other party was about to provide him with a large amount of gold pounds, and his tone gradually became warmer. Audrey asked in enlightenment, What's the matter? The simplest example would be at the tarot gathering on Monday. Knowing in advance that there's a possibility of meeting or even having a conflict with a particular member, we would design a set of temporary hand gestures to indicate each other's identities. Once the matter is over, we would immediately abolish that set of hand gestures. If we encounter an unexpected situation where we can't communicate in time and have some doubts, we can find an opportunity to pray to Mr. Fool to confirm if there are any other members involved? That's about it. Alger exhaled silently. At this moment, son Derek came to a realization. Sorry, I asked a stupid question. Mr. Fool has never mentioned that he's thanking me? He must be worried that we'll be exposed. He immediately looked at the end of the long bronze table. Your will is our path. I just thought of a special gesture. Klein chuckled. Not bad. He shifted his gaze to the other members and calmly said, That's all for today's gathering. As you wish. Apart from the moon, all the members stood up in unison. Emlyn was taken aback for a second before he hurriedly stood up and bowed like the other members. A dark red glow immediately appeared in front of his eyes as he felt his body plummet slightly. Right on the heels of that, his vision returned to normal as he saw the dolls of various sizes in the room. Phew! It was only at this moment that Emlyn White calmed down. He recalled the first tarot gathering he had participated in. Apart from Mr. Fool, the other members aren't too strong. Could it be that they are all like me, chosen for various reasons? I have the ancestor backing me, but who do they have backing them? How laughable. I originally thought that Sun was a demigod who had just escaped the pursuit of an angel. Who knew that he was only a sequence 8 and was seeking to advance to sequence 7? A child who doesn't know any manners is definitely underage. However, the City of Silver and the experience he mentioned are very odd. I have to find a chance to ask Lord Nibs. No, I have to ask Cosme first, as well as my parents. I want to see if they know of the City of Silver. Humph, the historical records of the City of Silver actually dare to tamper with the matters of us sanguine. Miss Justice is from Bakeland. She's very, very rich. Is she the daughter of a powerful banker or the descendant of a powerful aristocrat? Perhaps she's a banker or aristocrat herself. The way Miss Magicians looked at me was very odd. She must have admired the noble sanguine. She didn't speak much and didn't reveal much about herself. Yes, she's a quiet girl. Mr. the Hanging Man is a mature gentleman. He's knowledgeable and has a noble character. He's willing to answer new members' questions and provide them with the corresponding help and information. It can be seen that he's very popular. Sun and the World are both willing to seek his advice or seek his help. World isn't a very likable fellow. When he speaks, it's as though there's phlegm in his throat that he can't spit out. I find it beneath me to drink such a person's blood. It has a dirty taste. He's very antisocial and is very good at hiding his emotions. Furthermore, he can easily produce a sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic. He also promised to provide a psychiatrist Beyonder characteristic within 2 months. Very impressive. As all sorts of details flashed through his mind, Emlyn discovered that tarot was both simple and not simple at the same time. As for Mr. Fool, he didn't interfere much with the progress of the gathering. It seems like he's only interested in the so-called Roselle diary, but he's willing to provide miraculous convenience to the members. With this in mind, Emlyn couldn't help but feel proud of his identity as the moon. He looked around at the puppets in the room and recalled his own question. A relic worth 4,000 to 5,000 pounds, and the hope of becoming a baron in a short period of time. It really puts me in a difficult position. At that instant, although Emlyn hadn't made a final decision, he felt the room turn gloomier. He felt like he was burdened with a heavy debt. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Klein used the thumb and middle finger of his right hand to press the sun acupoint on one side and gently rubbed it twice. In the silent environment, he quickly sat up straight and let a small badge fly out from the junk pile and land on the long bronze table in front of him. The badge was only the size of an eyeball, and on its surface were symbols that symbolized fate and concealment. It was the relic that Klein had found on Lenivus. On its back was engraved the ancient Hermes inscription, "You can join by possessing this item." It also provided the corresponding gathering information, 4 January 1350, 8 p.m., Bobber Valley. The question Klein needed to consider now was whether he should take this badge to Bobber Valley tomorrow night to try his luck. Frankly speaking, he was inclined to not go. Even though he had advanced to Faceless and could perfectly disguise himself, he didn't wish to take the risk because he didn't know anything about the gathering. Magicians don't perform unprepared, Klein muttered, took out a gold coin and held it between his fingers. He took up the badge with his other hand and murmured to himself in a low voice, "Participating in a gathering in Bobber Valley is risky." After repeating it a few times, he flicked out the gold coin with a clang. The gold coin tumbled down and stood vertically in his palm. This indicated that the divination had failed. As expected, Klein wasn't surprised. This wasn't a problem of insufficient information, but that there was none at all. He sat there in silence, only the gold coin rolling between his fingers. In the end, Klein overcame his curiosity and adventurous spirit and decided not to go. "But this doesn't mean that I can't get involved in this matter. 8 p.m. tomorrow night. He curled the corners of his mouth, smiled, and returned to the real world. 4 January, 10:35 a.m. Klein stood in front of a mahogany table and picked up a stack of notes. There were 5 10-pound notes and 10 5-pound notes in the stack, totaling £100. It was the payment that the hanging man had just made through a sacrifice. These £15 filled up Klein's wallet significantly, and he could finally buy a ticket with peace of mind. After putting away his wallet, he picked up the thin human-skinned glove on the table and wore it on his left hand. One of the characteristics of creeping hunger was that it had a camouflage effect when it wasn't in use, preventing it from being detected by most beyonder means. Therefore, Klein could switch between its original appearance, gloves of various colors, and camouflaged skin. This time, he chose a black glove. For this, Klein had specially prepared a black glove on the right. Then, he placed the brown biological poison bottle into the metal box, sealed it with a wall of spirituality, and stuffed it into the inner pocket of his clothes. As for the sun brooch, as long as it was worn and carried around, it would create the feeling of a hot summer. Klein had no choice but to put it into an iron cigar case and hide it at the bottom of his suitcase. 9 purifying bullets, 15 demon-hunting bullets, 3 exorcism bullets. Klein took out his revolver and the box of bullets, and he silently counted as he loaded. He closed the cylinder and placed the revolver into his armpit holster. Then, he put on his black tweed coat and half-top hat, picked up his cane and suitcase, and walked out of the hotel room. Apart from the all-black eye and other items that couldn't be used, he was fully armed above the gray fog. By carriage, Klein arrived at the Pritz Harbor Ticketing Company in the White Rose Borough. The company was located in a rather old 3-story building, with a wooden sign with a notice hanging on the door. Klein walked over, stopped there, and casually glanced at it. Precautions: 1. Observe order and line up strictly. 2. Do not urinate or defecate anywhere, and do not spit anywhere. 3. If there's a dispute, look for the guards in the lobby. 4. Do not open canned wolf fish in any room. Chapter 494. The lobby of the Pritz Harbor Ticketing Company was rather spacious. There were a total of 7 ticket windows, but in front of each window, there were more than 10 to 20 people. Klein took a glance and didn't go straight to the line with the smaller number of people. Instead, he took 2 steps to the right and came in front of a brown wooden board that was erected vertically. On the wooden board was a continuous piece of white paper. It announced all the passenger ship information for the past week, including their destinations, ports, and the prices of different cabins. Before Klein could take a closer look, A staff member came over and drew a red circle on a row for the second-class cabins, marking a single word. Sold out. Very popular. Klein sighed softly. Of course, Pritz Harbor is the kingdom's largest harbor. Countless people pass through here to the southern continent and the colonial islands in search of opportunities. A middle-aged man standing beside the wooden board replied in a slightly exaggerated manner. He was wearing a black bonnet and a black and white checkered police uniform, but he didn't have any epaulets. All he had was a seagull badge hanging on his chest, the same logo as the Pritz Harbor Ticketing Company. The middle-aged man's face, hands, and all the skin that was exposed to the air were bronze in color and rather rough, as if he had been exposed to the sea breeze and the scorching sun all year round. As a result, he gave off the feeling that salt had seeped into his wrinkles. Find the guards in the lobby if there's a dispute. This should be a guard. Klein recalled the precautions at the door and didn't mind the other party taking the initiative to strike up a conversation. He smiled and said, "You seem to know this harbor very well?" Upon hearing this question, the middle-aged man replied rather smugly, "I was once a sailor of the kingdom's navy. I was once a sailor of the kingdom's navy. Their main base was at Pritz Harbor's Oak Island. I served for 15 years and spent a long period of time at sea. If it wasn't for the war in East Balam that destroyed my health, I could have been a sailor for another 10 years. I know this harbor like I know my wife's body. A little cultured, but also a little vulgar." Klein had the intention of gathering information at sea to begin with, so he casually chatted. "After retiring, you became a guard here?" "No, I was shoved into a night school for 2 years. I was a student and a janitor." "Oh Lord of the Storm, can you imagine the scene of a man my age reading aloud with a bunch of teenagers? Also, they recognize and remember words faster than I do." The guard showed an expression that he could not bear to look back. As he spoke, he patted his thigh and sighed. "It's a pity that my knees can't take it when it's cold and humid. Otherwise, I'd be a part-time schoolteacher. Those kids make you feel younger, but I don't deny that I'm doing it to earn more money. When you have a wife and 4 kids, you have to realize that you have to support your family." "Sir, you talk a little too much. Perhaps this is the reason why the ticketing company hired you as a guard." Klein didn't continue the conversation. "I just looked at the notice at the door and found that canned wolffish is not allowed here. Frankly, I've never heard of such a thing." The guard's expression suddenly became complicated. He pinched his nose and said, "That's a food popular on the east coast of Fasak, the Gargas Archipelago, and other places. It's a wolffish marinated in salt, but it retains blood. The smell is very, very, very pungent. It's smelly and disgusting. So it's a dark cuisine." Klein laughed. "But I don't think anyone would deliberately eat canned food while waiting in line to buy a ticket, right? No, you don't understand that feeling. Maybe one day you will. There was once a barbarian from the north who came here to buy a ticket, but there were already so many people in front of him that the hall looked like a barrel full of fish. He was very anxious, so he opened the can of wolffish, and in less than 10 seconds, there were only him and a few people left in the hall. This is a biological weapon, an ordinary version of the biological poison bottle," Klein said in amusement. In the end, he successfully bought the ticket, and there were new things to take note of outside. In the end, it wasn't as he expected. The lady and gentleman in charge of selling the tickets also escaped. As you know, the brains of barbarians are worse than curly-haired baboons. The guard clicked his tongue and said, "When I was still a sailor, there was a rumor at sea that a group of pirates had taken control of a merchant ship from Lawrence. It's a city on the east coast of Fasak. In short, those pirates eagerly opened their spoils of war, but who knew that they were wooden barrels filled with salted wolffish? Can you imagine the outcome? They fainted, vomited, and lost the ability to fight. They became the crew's bounty." "Not a bad story." Klein held back his laughter. He cast his gaze back to the paper on the wooden board and searched for information on the 5th of January. As a professional, he had previously divined the most suitable date to set sail during the week. One was the 5th and the other was the 8th. And among the passenger ships heading to the Rörsted archipelago on the 5th, the most suitable ones for him were the Serene and the White Agate. There are still tickets available, and the prices are about the same. Third-class cabin is £4, second-class cabin is £10, and first-class cabin is £35. People who rely on the sea for a living will more or less believe in the Lord of Storms. Even in countries like Intis and Fasak, there are fishermen and sailors who secretly believe in this forbidden deity in order to sail smoothly. The name Sanforian sounds like it comes from the saint of the Church of the Storm. It has a certain background. Klein thought carefully and was inclined to choose the white agate. He wasn't in a hurry to make a decision as he turned to look at the guard. "Do you know the situation with the white agate?" The guard immediately smiled. "Sir, you have a good eye. The white agate is a steam-powered ship, but it retains its sails. It can reach a maximum speed of 16 knots. Furthermore, the captain is very experienced. He was once the boatswain of the Royal Navy's William V. No, it should be the Royal Navy. The king has always claimed that he received the title of Emperor of Balaam. In the Royal Navy, no matter how outstanding an ordinary person is, they can at most become a boatswain. They can't be an officer, unless you can satisfy your commanding officer, no matter what method you use. Only then will you be recommended to Pritz Naval College and become a reserve officer. This was how Erland was forced to leave the Navy and join the White Agate, becoming a captain step by step. I suggest you choose a first-class cabin. That way, you will have a room for 3 to 4 servants. There will be attendants who have received etiquette lessons, designated chefs with outstanding skills, a quiet restaurant where you can enjoy the scenery, a special room for smoking cigars, and a place to gather and play cards. Seeing how detailed the guard was, Klein couldn't help but feel suspicious. Noticing his expression, the guard smiled sheepishly. "Erland used to be my superior. He would often treat me to drinks and get me to help him promote first-class cabins. But don't worry, every word I say is true. This isn't a question of whether it's true or not. It's a question of money." Klein silently muttered to himself. He had already made up his mind and asked after some deliberation, he asked, "Sir, what advice do you have for a maritime adventurer?" In order to match his identity as German Sparrow, Klein had previously adjusted his image to make himself appear colder and sharper. "Adventurer." The guard subconsciously raised his voice. In the queue for tickets, many people turned their heads when they heard the voice and cast their gazes at Klein. Based on his spiritual intuition, Klein instinctively traced a line of sight. He saw a man in his 30s wearing a black top hat. He had a boorish face, weather-beaten lines, a muscular but not tall figure, and light blue eyes that seemed to have experienced many things. "He's also an adventurer?" Klein and the man's eyes met for a moment before they looked away. At this moment, the guard squeezed out a smile. "Sorry, the term adventurer is a little extreme. In my impression, it's equivalent to a fugitive, a villain of the sea, and a person who goes against their oaths." "No, I'm not talking about you." "Sincere advice?" You have to remember 3 things. First, don't provoke pirates. Second, don't provoke pirates. Third, don't provoke pirates. Unless you're a member of the Navy or the Church, don't go against pirates. Don't be fooled by the enthusiasm of the girls on the island. They're either part of the pirates or want you to bring them to Pritz or Bakeland. This isn't entirely their problem. Many sailors, crew members and passengers, in order to deceive their bodies, describe to them a very alluring metropolis and an abnormally beautiful life. Then, they kick them out of their beds and abandon them where they originally were. What a bunch of vile people! In this era, people who make a living at sea can't be too kind. Is the order at sea that bad? Are pirates that savage? Klein nodded. Thank you, I know what to do. After saying this, he walked towards the line with the least number of people. The guard shouted from behind him, "Don't worry. Also, the legends of treasures on the sea are basically fake." After buying a second-class ticket for the White Agate, Klein returned to the hotel and patiently waited for the night to come. During this process, he enjoyed the most famous fried fish in Pritz Harbor. He felt that the taste wasn't bad, but he definitely wouldn't be able to take it if he kept eating like this. When it was almost 8 o'clock, he went above the gray fog, holding the badge from Lenevis in one hand and writing the corresponding sentence with the other. The situation of this gathering. Tick-tock, tick-tock. When the needle of the pocket watch reached the predetermined 8 o'clock, he closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and began reciting the divination statement. He had reason to believe that when the door to the gathering opened, he, who had the positioning badge, would be able to use this medium above the gray fog to divine something. The previous failure was because nothing had yet to appear, but it was different this time. Something was happening, and Klein had a sufficiently accurate medium. Soon, Klein entered the gray world of dreams. He saw the quietly surging Tussock River and the wide river valley on both sides. He saw more than a dozen people in different positions, shrouded in a thin light, disappearing in a blur or illusory manner. One of them had black hair and green eyes. He was quite good-looking, and he was obviously an acquaintance of Klein. Chapter 495. Leonard? For a moment, Klein thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, the blurriness caused by the light wasn't serious. Since he was familiar with the other party, he quickly confirmed his previous judgment. In the time it took to take a breath, Leonard disappeared and the light dispersed. The valley returned to its midwinter tranquility, and the scene in Klein's dream shattered. He opened his eyes and placed the badge he had obtained from Lenevis on the surface of the long bronze table. Is it the real Leonard, or is it Leonard disguised as faceless? Klein thought for a moment and tossed a gold coin. His spirituality used this medium to tell him that it was his teammate from the Tingen Nighthawks, Leonard Mitchell. Is he an investigator sent by the Church of the Goddess for the gathering, or is he an avenger who is taking risks to seek revenge behind the Nighthawk's back? Klein muttered to himself, unable to make an accurate judgment. And without any prior information, his divination was unable to give any revelations. After a few seconds of silence, Klein laughed self-deprecatingly and drew a crimson moon on his chest. Good luck to him. May the goddess bless him. Klein didn't dwell on this issue anymore. He planned to learn more about the details of the gathering before deciding if he should participate in it in the future and if he should warn Leonard Mitchell anonymously. Bakeland, a secret room in the basement of the Steam Church. Ecancer took off his hat, pressed down his fluffy but not soft hair, and took the first seat on the left. Following that, he took out a Rhodes's ancient silver mirror from a special pocket inside his clothes and placed it in front of him. To his right, opposite him, and diagonally across him, there were deacons and captains of the machinery hive mind. They had all been summoned for a meeting by a member of the Divine Council, the Archbishop of Bakeland, Horamic Haydn. The Archbishop, who was dressed in a white priest robe, looked like an ordinary old man as he sat peacefully at the top. Seeing that everyone was present, he looked around and said gently, starting from Ecancer, "Tell me about the investigation over the past few days." Ecancer Bernard combed his hair, flipped through the thick documents, and reported in a concise tone, "Yes, Your Grace, we are in charge of Sherlock Moriarty. After a detailed investigation and the assistance of corresponding Beyonder means, we have confirmed that he was passively involved in this matter. Before this, there was no evidence that he knew of Prince Edisac's problem. He was friends with the dead Talon Dumont, and he indirectly completed some of the commissions given by the prince, but that wasn't a problem. At most, he falsely reported some expenses. At this point, Icancer suddenly felt a little guilty. This was because Sherlock Moriarty was also an informant for the machinery hive mind, and the expenses he claimed here were likely exaggerated to a certain extent. In any case, his work as an informant has been effective and excellent. It's enough to offset a lot of problems. Furthermore, he hasn't been our informant for long. The most money involved was a split. Icancer slowly exhaled and continued reporting. Our conclusion is that he's innocent, and there's no hidden plot behind him. He once acutely sensed the danger of Red Rose Manor, but that was a typical case of wrong reasoning that turned out to be correct. What he was afraid of was internal strife with the royal family. For this reason, he had been slacking off and didn't do any substantial in-depth investigations. He had reported this to us. Unfortunately, he still wasn't able to avoid this incident, but he was lucky enough. The descendant of death, he mentioned, was monitoring the vicinity of Red Rose Manor, and he was rescued from the desperate situation of the meteorite crashing down in time. The traces at the scene indicate that this was a very terrifying attack, and there's a high chance that it's related to 0-08. Klein had mentioned the existence of Zangwill and 0-08 in his letter. As for whether he knew the former archbishop and the Grade 0 sealed artifact, no one cared. This was because he had been with Aztec Eggers at the time, and it was entirely possible that he had learned of it from him. This was also the subconscious judgment of everyone. And on the Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts, the 7 Orthodox churches had been reporting the rough situation to each other. The serial numbers were shared, and there were no duplicates. However, we don't know everything. There are still 3 things that we can't confirm. First, 2-111 shows that after Sherlock Moriarty escaped into the forest, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in place and prayed to someone. Second, when did he get to know Aztec Eggers? Third, how did he escape from the underground ruins? With his strength, it's unlikely that he could have done it. And during this process, he even destroyed the Aurora Order's descent ritual, Icancer concluded. 2-111 referred to the magic mirror, Rhodes. Horimic listened quietly and smiled as though he was muttering to himself. Falsely reporting expenses, he then cleared his throat. No matter what, Sherlock Moriarty is a hero of Bakeland. If he hadn't stopped us in time, if he had felt afraid at that moment and chosen to escape, most of us wouldn't have lived to this day. Besides, he has also shown his faith in God and his friendliness towards us. As long as he doesn't have any major problems, we can pretend that we don't know about any of his small flaws or secret. Your Grace, that's exactly what we were thinking. Icancer heaved a sigh of relief and said, I'm guessing that his prayers in the forest, including the ritual of blowing the copper whistle, were all methods to contact Aztec Eggers, but the effects were different and the speed was different. In such a critical situation, the only thing he could do was save himself. We deduced this from the subsequent event. Apart from saving himself, he could also write a will. Another machinery hive mind deacon teased before reporting the segment he was in charge of. We still haven't been able to find the underground ruins described by Sherlock Moriarty. Even with the help of 2-111, it's still impossible. As for the whereabouts of the royal family's high-sequence beyonders that day, we are temporarily unable to grasp it. It can be confirmed that the Church of Evernight was the first to receive the information. This came from a special channel of Earl Hall, but the exact situation is unknown. The Aurora Order's forces in Bakeland have been mostly wiped out by us, the Nighthawks, and the mandated Punishers, but I suspect that they still have hidden forces. When the incident happened, Trissy, whom Sherlock Moriarty mentioned, was heading to Bakeland, but after that, no one has seen her. According to Sherlock Moriarty, she's a key figure and was renamed Trissy Cheek. I'm unable to figure out how the Church of Evernight captured the Demoness of Despair and Butler Finkel. The results of divination tell me that they're still alive, but they're no longer free. The deacons and captains reported the results of their investigations, one after another. Horace half closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. After more than 10 seconds of silence in the room, he opened his eyes and said unhurriedly, "Do everything you can to find Trissy Cheek. If she's still alive, give it to me." The Church has saints who are good at this, although they might not be as effective as 2 to 111. The monitoring and investigation of the royal family's high-sequence beyonders can be placed on the card table. There's no need to worry too much. They've always known that we've been doing these things. This is also a warning. Continue the investigation of the underground ruins and inform Evernight and the Church of the Storm. A Cancer, ask 2 to 111 how Sherlock Moriarty escaped the ruins and when he met Aztec Eggers. Looking at the Archbishop and then at his colleagues, A Cancer gritted his teeth. Yes, Your Grace. He sadly believed that his legend was about to spread from the few machinery hive mind teams he was in charge of to all the beyonders of the Church of Steam in Bakeland. After familiarizing himself with the process, he said, "Honorable Rhodes, my question is, when did Sherlock Moriarty meet Aztec Eggers?" The silver mirrors on both sides, which seemed to have eyes, suddenly rippled with aqueous light, quickly forming a scene. Sherlock Moriarty stood in a room, watching a rat with a rotting abdomen climb a hole in the wall. Behind him was old Kohler and the owner of the cheap hotel. He got to know Aztec Eggers when he completed the bounty mission. That mission was issued by MI9, and it stemmed from a coincidental conflict. A Cancer interpreted the contents of the scene. With that said, he chose to give an equal answer, then held his breath and waited for Rhodes to give a soul-piercing question. As expected, he saw the bright red words. Do you know how it feels to try your best to please someone only to be abandoned by them? This question isn't sharp enough. It doesn't seem like a Rhodes's usual style. A Cancer suddenly felt that the bloody words on the mirror lacked the usual sense of horror. They weren't bloody enough and appeared weak. He didn't have the time to think about why. He immediately answered, "Got it. Congratulations, you got it right." New words appeared on the surface of the silver mirror, and the color turned white. 5th January, 9 a.m. With a gray scarf wrapped around his neck, Klein arrived at Rose Pier with his suitcase and cane. The white agate was anchored there. Compared to humans, it was abnormally large. It was said that it could carry hundreds of passengers. It had the rich characteristics of this era. The chimney and the sail stood side by side, and there were 12 cannons and corresponding cannon positions on each side of the ship. This was necessary to guard against pirates and their peers. Under Captain Erlandkag's arrangements, the selected strong sailors and crew lined up at the gangway. Some even deliberately revealed their legal revolvers, rifles, and sabers. This gave the passengers who boarded the ship a sense of security, and they were no longer afraid of the 9-day journey ahead. Klein stood below, looked up, and walked up the gangway amidst the undulating blue seawater. Chapter 496. Just as he stepped onto the deck, and before he could enter the cabin, Klein saw a figure pass through the crowd from the corner of his eye and walk toward him. He appeared nonchalant, but he was secretly vigilant as he turned his head to look over. He discovered that it was a man in his 30s wearing a black half-top hat and a long trench coat of the same color. The man had a weathered face. He was rough but extremely masculine. His light blue eyes didn't contain a smile, as though he was immersed in many past events. "He looks a little familiar, right? The guy I met at the ticketing company yesterday seems to be an adventurer as well. He's actually wearing a trench coat at sea in January. He's very strong." As Klein casually raised his cane, he tapped it diagonally and said with a smile, "Good morning." "Good morning, we meet again." It was as though he was greeting an old friend. The boorish man wasn't surprised. He stopped and nodded in a slightly reserved manner. "Cleves, a former adventurer. Buddy, are you in the same line of work?" "I thought you knew yesterday, German Sparrow," Klein replied with a smile. He didn't hand his cane to his left hand because he didn't plan on shaking hands with him. I can tell. Cleves was silent for 2 seconds before saying, being an adventurer isn't a beautiful profession. I've already switched careers and become a bodyguard. This time, I'm following my employer's family to the capital of the Rorstad archipelago. He half-turned his body and pointed to another spot on the deck. Klein looked over and saw nearly 10 people gathered together. The leader was a plump, middle-aged gentleman with rosy cheeks and spirited eyes. On his double-breasted frock coat, one could see the gold chain of a pocket watch and the jeweled brooch. Beside him was a lady wearing a wide-brimmed round hat. Her face was completely covered by a dark blue veil, and her figure was rather well maintained. In front of the two stood 2 children, one big and one small. The younger was a boy, less than 10 years old, wearing a child's version of a tuxedo. The older one was 15 or 16 years old, a spirited young girl. Her looks weren't particularly outstanding, but her brown eyes were rather lively. Her faint freckles and fluffy pleated skirt added a hint of playfulness to her appearance. Surrounding them were 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, who were carrying luggage and various items. They were all dressed as servants, and one of the maids had reddish-brown skin, obviously of the southern continent. The 7 people were protected by a man and a woman, dressed simply and professionally, in white shirts, light sweaters, black coats, dark trousers, and sturdy leather boots. The 2 bodyguards did not deliberately cover the traces left by the gun holsters on their waist. They scrutinized the approaching pedestrians with sharp eyes and calm temperament. 3 servants and 3 bodyguards? Klein asked casually. This configuration is quite extravagant, which means that the employer is rich. He instinctively judged. Yes. Cleves nodded. Without another word, he quickly turned around and walked toward his employer's family. Klein stood there in a daze. He didn't know why the other party had come over just to greet him. Recalling the novels, movies, and television dramas he had read in his previous life, he gradually understood Cleves' hidden meaning. He's a little wary of me, or rather, someone who claims to be an adventurer and doesn't look like someone to be trifled with, so he introduced himself in advance, stating his identity and what he was going to do. He told me not to have any ideas about his employer's family. Simply put, you do your own thing and I'll do mine. We won't invade each other. Is this the tacit understanding between a seasoned adventurer or an experienced bounty hunter? Interesting. Klein chuckled softly. Carrying his suitcase and black cane, he entered the cabin and found his room according to his ticket. With a creak, he pushed open the wooden door and walked in. The room wasn't spacious, just enough for a bed, a table, and a cabinet. There weren't even any chairs. Its greatest advantage was that it had windows. The sunlight from the harbor shone in, casting pure golden spots on the table and bedside. The crew member just now said that the washroom and bathroom are shared. There are about 8 rooms for one. If it's too urgent, wooden toilets can be provided, but one has to pay for the cleaning fee. It's 3 pence a time. I have to thank the fact that the white agate has been modified and has laid down many metal pipe. There's also a boiler burning and a hot water supply, providing a relatively convenient way of life. Otherwise, traveling wouldn't be a pleasant thing. Klein sighed silently. He quickly took out the necessary items and placed them on the table, making it easy for daily use. After tidying up, he sat on the edge of the bed and listened to the long whistle, feeling the power of steam and machinery contained within. As the ship began its voyage, Klein looked out the window at the seascape before gradually retracting his thoughts. He began to consider the most important matter, how he should act as a faceless. When faced with the true creator's descent ritual and the powerful Mr. A, his decision to give up on escaping and attempting to destroy allowed his potion to be digested a little. Based on this feedback, he gained a new understanding of the acting of a faceless. You can disguise as anyone, but you can only be yourself. This is the rule that Nimble Right Master Rosago was required to remember. I originally thought that myself referred to my original identity, but from the looks of it, it's not perfect enough. What is myself? I have to figure it out. Klein leaned forward and bathed in the sunlight, like a pondering statue. After a while, he gradually had an idea. Does this correspond to one's own spirit, referring to one's truest self? Even when he was on Earth, Zhou Mingrue also had a lot of disguises to form a social persona. In a sense, it was very fake. When I transform into someone else and replace their identity, in order to not be discovered, I have to disguise myself in interpersonal relationship. It's equivalent to wearing a different persona. When all the persona masks are removed, leaving nothing behind, what kind of myself will a faceless see in the end? Is this the deeper meaning of myself in the rule? When I face my inner thoughts, overcome my fear, and don't challenge the impossible because of social reasons, I will truly be myself. It needs to be explored and verified. With this in mind, Klein changed his posture in order to sit more comfortably. Thinking back to everything that had happened, he discovered another problem with acting. Back in the underground ruins, I had once disguised myself as Zangwil and successfully escaped, but why didn't I feel any signs of the potion being digested? Does this mean that to digest the faceless potion, such a superficial disguise isn't enough? Yes, this is closer to the application of beyonder powers, and not acting. The acting that can promote the digestion of the potion is a deeper level of disguise. Is it to truly replace a person and become him in a social sense? When his family and friends don't discover him for a long period of time, it means that the disguise is a success. In that case, the reason why I feel that I'm compatible with the faceless potion is because I had successfully disguised myself as Klein Moretti? The first rule of the faceless rule is that I can disguise as anyone, but it can only be myself. The second rule is to carry out a deeper level of disguise that can fool everyone, but just the thought of replacing a person and becoming him in a social sense is very evil. Don't tell me I have to find someone who died in a foreign country but had an unfulfilled wish? Klein suppressed his baffling fear and decided on a direction for his attempt. The higher the sequence, the harder it is to act. He sighed, took out his pocket watch, and checked the time. Seeing that it was still early for lunch, and that the room was too small and cramped, he decided to take a walk on the deck to enjoy the sea breeze and enjoy the scenery. After the first hour of the voyage, there weren't many people on the deck. Klein walked along the side of the ship and arrived at a secluded area with a large shadow. The sun is very nice and warm today. Apart from the strong winds and having to be careful of my hat, there's nothing wrong with it. He pressed the half-top hat on his head and leisurely surveyed the cabin, listening to the faint sounds of music coming from inside. Suddenly, he saw the former adventurer, Cleves, busying himself in a corner. In front of him, there seemed to be a trident, a dagger, and a short knife. Cleves sensed something and raised his head to look at him. He had a weathered aura and said sternly, he said without a smile, "They're all old buddies. I have to maintain them often." At this point, he added, "There are children in the cabin." "Understood," Klein replied with a smile. Cleves lowered his head and continued to work. He pretended to ask casually. He asked in a seemingly casual manner, "You don't seem to have brought these things?" "I'm used to using weapons that follow the trends of the times," Klein said vaguely. "Besides, I often maintain them." Cleves silently raised his dagger and glanced at it against the sunlight. He muttered to himself, "At sea, guns alone aren't enough. Pirates will board the ship, and there will be many of them. Once you've finished firing, you won't have a chance to reload. Although these buddies aren't the trends of the times, they're useful enough. Very professional, as expected of a former adventurer." Klein leaned against the side of the ship and said half-jokingly, "If pirates really board the ship, there's a high chance that I won't resist." Cleves tilted his head and stared at him for a full 3 seconds before retracting his gaze. Then, as he packed his things, he said in a low voice. Then, as he packed his items, he said in a deep voice, "It looks like you don't need to be reminded. You already understand the rules at sea. Bounty hunters who walk the land often can't be adventurers at sea." He skillfully hid the dagger, short knife, trident, and other weapons under his clothes, dazzling Klein. "Thank you." Klein smiled and nodded. "Cleves didn't say anything else? Gather? Pray to Chi Shun? Blink? Be lax and linger? Be in love?" The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he shook his head and cast his gaze outside the ship. Blue waves gently undulated as silver-white flying fish leaped out of the water and soared in midair. These fish can fly and swim. They are believed by fishermen and sailors to be the kin of the Lord of Storms. Even if they are fished up, they will be released back into the sea. Klein leisurely admired the sea under the sun, as well as the flying fish on the sea surface. He couldn't help but have a thought flash across his mind. I wonder how their meat is. Chapter 497. Honorable Rhodes, my second question is, how did Sherlock Moriarty escape the ruins? Acancer's mood was much more relaxed than before. The surface of the silver mirror shimmered as it quickly outlined the scene of Sherlock Moriarty leaning against the wall, his fists clenched and unclenched from time to time. Then, Acancer Bernard and the nearby machinery hive mind deacons and captains saw the private detective reveal an exaggerated smile, turn around, draw his gun, and rush out. At this moment, under the influence of the composition, they felt an inexplicable sense of tragedy and excitement. The scene in the mirror jumped, showing the scene of Sherlock Moriarty holding his revolver and shooting at the altar, but to no avail. The beyonder bullets that had been separated made everyone feel a little worried. Following that, Sherlock Moriarty threw out a brass key, and the altar showed signs of being contaminated and unstable. A blast of air erupted, and Mr. A fell to the ground. Sherlock Moriarty tumbled out of the temple-like building. At this point, the scene changed. The slightly turbid tussock river became the main background. Sherlock Moriarty and Mr. A floated in the water and looked up at the sky at the same time. There was a blank space without clouds or fog. Almost instantly, Mr. A turned transparent and disappeared, leaving Sherlock Moriarty alone looking around in shock. The Church of Evernight's rescue? Acancer frowned slightly. Unfortunately, he didn't mention what happened back then in his letter. We have no way of guessing. Does he want to sell this secret for a good price, or is he simply affected and lost the relevant memories? Also, there's no indication of his escape in the underground ruins. It's as if the corresponding clues were hidden at the same time. He quickly analyzed the situation in a standard sentence. Then, without too much psychological burden, he answered with equal treatment instead of taking risk. Rhodes doesn't seem to be in the mood for mischief today. I can make full use of this. As Acancer consoled himself, he saw bloody words appear on the mirror. With a thump, he had an ominous feeling. He suspected that Rhodes had already adjusted and returned to his state. The words that resembled blood squirmed and quickly formed a question. You gave everything and tried your best to please someone, only to end up abandoned. Who is it? With a hum, Acancer's face first lost its color before it flushed red. This question pierced through the wounds hidden deep in his heart and left him at a loss. If I were to say who he is, his reputation would be ruined before tonight. I've already become a legend in a sense. Acancer swallowed with great difficulty and said in a tragic tone, I choose punishment. A bolt of lightning immediately fell, but it was different from before. It was no longer silvery white, but was stained with some green. It struck Acancer right on the top of his head, causing his hair to stand on end and reflect the color of lightning. He shook violently like he was shaking dice, as if he had been drugged with hallucinogenic drugs. Archbishop Horimic sighed, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself, Grade 0 sealed artifact? King True, Dean, and King Can. There's another question. Where did the key that Sherlock Moriarty used to destroy the descent ritual come from? Which one of you will use 2 to 111? The machinery hive mind deacons and captains looked at each other. For a moment, no one responded. The sound of water splashing against the cabin seemed to be the only sound left in the world. The sea at night was noisy and quiet. Klein suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw the wooden ceiling draped in crimson moonlight. His spiritual intuition told him that something was going on outside. Who's having a rendezvous? He listened attentively and vaguely heard some unnatural sounds. Klein pondered for a moment, then sat up, put on his gloves, and put on his coat. His eyes turned dark as he took out a gold coin, flicked it up, and quickly did a divination. After receiving the revelation that there was no danger, he took the revolver out from under his pillow and put it in his pocket. After making the necessary preparations, Klein opened the door and walked out of the room. He followed the sound to the upper deck. At this moment, the crimson moon hung quietly above the sea, looking mysterious and dreamy. After carefully bypassing a few patrolling crew members, Klein arrived at the area where the commotion was and smelled the faint scent of blood. With the help of the moonlight, he looked over and saw the former adventurer, Cleves, squatting by the side of the ship, setting up something. In the shadows of the cabin, more than 10 meters away from this gentleman, there were 3 people hiding. One was Cleves's partner, the female bodyguard in the black coat. The other 2 were the children of their employer, a 14 or 15-year-old girl and a young gentleman who wasn't even 10 years old. These 2 underage children were wearing thick cotton nightgowns and overcoat. It was obvious that they had come out in a hurry. In the cold night wind, they were shivering a little, but they were still squatting there in high spirits as they looked at Cleves with bright eyes. Hide and seek? Klein joked inwardly. He deliberately increased the sound of his footsteps, causing Cleves and the others to look over. Friend, what happened? Klein recalled the expressions of some of the bounty hunters he knew in Eastborough. However, he still maintained the coldness and sharpness unique to his identity as a German sparrow. Cleves's expression didn't change as he said, "A private job. A hunt that came unexpectedly but is worth looking forward to." Hunt? Klein suddenly felt a little interested. The reason why he used Gehrman as the name of his identity was that it represented the number 1 hunter in a game he had played in his previous life. It was more in line with his idea of hunting evil at sea. Klein wasn't in a hurry to ask for the reason. He pointed at the shadow beside him with his left hand, which was wearing creeping hunger. Private job? Doing a private job in front of your employer? Cleves, who was squatting there, glanced at the girl and boy and said without changing his tone, "Cecil wasn't careful enough and woke up Donna and Denton. Cecil wasn't careful enough and woke up Donna and Denton, so they had to follow." When the girl named Donna heard herself mentioned, she wrinkled her nose and looked up curiously at Klein. "Uncle, are you also an adventurer? Uncle? Even the me on Earth is at most 10 years older than you." Klein laughed. "No, I can't use the word also. Strictly speaking, I'm the only adventurer here. They're just bodyguards now." He turned around and said to Cleves, "Hey, buddy, what prey did you find?" Cleves looked at the faintly crimson seawater and said, "A murloc." "A murloc? That's a beyonder creature. Although it's the lowest level kind, it's still quite troublesome for ordinary people to deal with it. You'll need at least 5 or 6 people and 4 or 5 guns to be confident. Right, the murloc scales are very tough. Pistols can only partially penetrate its defense. You'll need a repeating rifle." Klein raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you plan on doing? And how are you sure it's a murloc?" Cleves pointed to the edge of the ship. "There are traces of the mucus on its body corroding here. It tried to climb onto the ship and attack the passengers 1 to 2 hours ago, but the deck was still very lively with many sailors and crew members." Klein took a few steps forward and saw that there were indeed traces of green corrosion on the edge of the ship. He recalled the information he had come into contact with in Tingen City and verified the content in the book. He asked with interest, "Why are you sure it's one and not a group?" He remembered that murlocs had a tendency to live in colonies. If it's a group, then they'll directly destroy the bottom of the ship, causing everyone to sink. Besides, the groups of murlocs in this waterway and the surrounding waters have long been cleaned up. The people of the Church of the Storm like to hunt them very much, Cleves explained solemnly. That's because a murloc is likely to be one of the main ingredients of the Sequence 9 Sailor Potion. Klein stroked the revolver in his pocket and asked with a smile, "Are you confident?" Cleves didn't answer directly. He opened the paper bag beside him. Inside were pig and cow organs that were still stained with blood. This was the source of the smell of blood that Klein had smelled. All murlocs like this kind of food, and they can't resist their temptation. Of course, these monsters love human organs the most. Therefore, in many sea legends, they emphasize the need to prepare some pig and cow organs or canned organs in the ship's kitchen, Cleves said as he sprinkled some granules on it. As Cleves spoke, he sprinkled some granules on it. The pepper granules can make the murloc feel as excited as smoking marijuana and lose a certain amount of balance. This will last for about a minute. After that, the murloc will be very tired after the high excitement subsides. He then took out a wooden box from his clothes and smeared a green paste on the tips of the trident, dagger, and short knife. The mint cream popular in Pritz Harbor is a unique sweet for humans, but in the eyes of the murlocs, it's a fatal blood toxin. In addition, I also borrowed 2 rifles from a sailor and obtained a promise not to disturb this place for 20 minutes. I spent quite a bit of money, but as long as I can successfully kill a murloc, I'll get 10 times, 20 times, or even 30 times the reward. As expected of a veteran adventurer, he has an abnormally clear grasp of the weaknesses and problems of his prey. Hearing what he said, I feel that they really have a chance of successfully hunting the murlocs, even if they aren't beyonders. Low-sequence beyonders aren't much stronger than ordinary people when faced with traps and firearms. It's not like there aren't any low-sequence beyonders who die in gang fights. However, the murlocs are like full-body armor. They aren't that easy to kill. They will be injured, but it's not impossible for them to escape. Klein asked curiously. You seem to have killed quite a number of murlocs? Understanding the characteristics of common sea monsters is a prerequisite for an adventurer to survive. Cleves didn't feel the joy of being praised, and he remained silent. As the two conversed, the girl, Donna, and the boy, Denton, squatted in the shadows and listened with relish. They felt that it was the most interesting thing in the world. I also need to do some homework in this area. Klein smiled. I see. I didn't disturb you, did I? As Cleves pierced some of his internal organs into the suspension rod, he said in a low voice, If you want to participate, take care of Donna and Denton so that Cecil doesn't have to be distracted. Sure. Klein, who wanted to watch from the sidelines, agreed with a smile. Chapter 498. As the crimson moon hung high in the sky, Klein walked to the side of Donna and Denton and crouched down. Cleves's female companion, Cecil, heaved a sigh of relief. She picked up the rifle on the deck, half-bent her body, and quickly walked in another direction. She was still about 10 meters away from the pepper-sprinkled pig and cow organs. Uncle, are we starting? The mischievous freckled girl, Donna, suddenly felt a little nervous, but her face was full of curiosity and anticipation. Klein raised his left index finger and placed it in front of his mouth, motioning for the 2 underage kids to keep quiet. At times like this, he couldn't help but thank Roselle. It was precisely because of this transmigratus senior's efforts that some of his habitual gestures could become the body language of the northern continent, preventing misunderstandings. I heard that in the early 5th epoch, the gesture, "Don't speak," meant insult in Rouen, and in some parts of the southern continent it meant "kiss me." Klein's thoughts were a little scattered for a moment. Donna and Denton didn't dare to speak again. They crouched there quietly and focused on watching Cleves prepare for the battle. The former adventurer picked up a boom and threw the thread with pig and cow organs hanging from it over the side of the ship. With a splash, the bait entered the water. Cleves unhurriedly spread out the remaining organs, took his weapon, and retreated step by step, hiding in the shadows opposite Cecil. The two of them formed an angle of about 60 degrees with the side of the ship that held the boom. Leaning against the trident and other weapons, he raised his rifle and tested the feeling of aiming. The deck fell completely silent, leaving only the roar of the steam engine and the sound of the waves crashing against the ship. As time passed, Donna and Denton couldn't help but change from squatting to sitting. They leaned their backs against the wooden planks of the cabin to soothe the numbness in their legs. At this moment, they saw the boom on the side of the ship sink. The dull sound of friction quickly rose, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a figure jumped onto the deck. It was a monster bathed in the crimson moonlight. Its entire body was covered in dark green scales that flowed with green mucus. It didn't bear much resemblance to a human. It was like a giant fish that had grown 4 strong limbs, and there were obvious webbing in the gaps between its hands and feet. The Murloc was more than 9 meters tall, with bulging eyes and gills on his cheek. He looked like a legendary monster, and Donna covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming instinctively. At the same time, she covered her brother Denton's mouth. Not bad. Klein chuckled inwardly as he carefully examined the Murloc. Unlike the sailor rampagers he had seen before, the real Murlocs did not have human-like brains. They were pure monsters. That fishman looked around vigilantly, and then he squatted down, picking up the pig and cow innards scattered on the ground, quickly stuffing them into his mouth, releasing clear chewing sounds. The light in its eyes, which were mainly white, gradually faded, as if it had fallen into a dream. Low IQ. Klein shook his head and gave his judgment. Bang! Cleves pulled the trigger, and a bullet flew out of the rifle, instantly hitting the Murloc's chest and abdomen, shattering its scales and splattering its flesh and blood. Wow! The Murloc let out a cry that sounded like a child's cry. With a push of his hands, he pounced toward Cleves, who was in the shadows, as fast as a steam train. At this moment, Cecil opened fire from another position. Bang! The rifle bullet hit the Murloc's ribs, causing many fragments to scatter and the tall figure to stagger. After eating the pepper, the Murloc visibly slowed down. It stopped there, not knowing which direction to take care of the enemy first. And this gave Cleves and Cecil a chance to calmly load their weapons. They took aim again and pulled the trigger, one after the other. Bang! Bang! 2 flowers of blood bloomed one after another, and the pain caused the Murloc's eyes to regain clarity. It somersaulted and dodged the follow-up shots, approaching Cleves as if it hadn't been injured at all. Cleves methodically put down the rifle in his hand and picked up the trident that was leaning to the side. Instead of dodging, he leaped forward and rolled to the side of the Murloc. The trident in his hand ruthlessly and accurately stabbed into the broken scales on the side of the prey's ribs. The Murloc suddenly turned around, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. It forcefully threw the trident along with Cleves, causing the former adventurer to fall to the deck with a thud. The Murloc shook its head, as if it felt an intense discomfort in its body. It didn't attack Cleves and Cecil again. Instead, it took large strides and ran to the side of the ship, attempting to jump into the sea. Bang! Cecil's bullet hit it again, creating a blood-colored flower, but it still didn't lose its ability to move. With 2 steps, the Murloc ran to a suitable place. Its knees bent, and it was about to jump up. However, its body went limp, and it was unable to successfully exert its strength. The distance it jumped out was obviously not enough, and it could only fall to the inside of the ship. Bang! The Murloc endured the damage from the rifle and wanted to climb over the side of the ship. Seeing that it was about to escape, Klein took out his revolver. At this moment, a loud bang came from another direction. The Murloc's left eye immediately turned into a blood-colored hole, allowing one to vaguely see the pale jelly wriggling inside. It wasn't dead yet. It was lying in the cabin, trying its best to crawl and try to stand up again. After a few seconds, the poison broke out, and it twitched and died completely. Klein looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man walk out from the shadows of the other side of the cabin. The middle-aged man wore a thick dark red coat, white loose trousers, and the standard boat-shaped hat of this era. In his hand was an iron-colored handgun that was behind the times. The thick, black muzzle was emitting white smoke. Klein had heard the attendant introduce the man and knew that he was the captain of the White Agate, Erland Cagg. Erland, who had obvious wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, forehead and mouth, walked towards Cleves and smiled. As a captain, I have to ensure that no accidents happen. Please forgive me for watching from the side. Cleves had already stood up and didn't reveal any emotions. This is your ship. According to convention, you have the right to share the spoils of war. Erland turned his head to glance at Klein and the others and said with a smile, "The next replenishment of water and food will be in 2 days. The next time you can replenish water and food is 2 days later. You still have to think of a way to preserve the Murloc's corpse. Why don't you sell it to me cheaper, and the difference will be the remuneration I deserve?" "That's the best way." Cleves and Cecil exchanged looks and agreed to Erland's request. "For 130 pounds, it's all yours. The Beyonder ingredients on the Murloc's body are worth between 150 to 200 pounds on the market. Considering the other parts that have spirituality, 130 pounds is indeed very cheap. However, that's all Cleves and the others can do. This is Erland's ship, and he has a large group of armed sailors and crew members helping him. If the negotiations really break down, he can sink everyone present into the sea in minutes. Of course, that's on the premise that I don't get involved. Yes, I can tell that Cleves and Cecil aren't Beyonders, at least not in the fields of combat or shooting. Instead, Erland is a little suspicious." Klein stood up and listened to the transaction. "No, you seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not threatening you. 150 pounds. That's a fair price." Erland Cagg called a sailor over and gave him the key to the safe. "You're the just Erland?" Cecil seemed to recall his nickname at sea. Erland laughed. "Yes." At that moment Donna and the Denton siblings, who had been stunned by the intense battle and the living monster, jumped up and ran over in excitement and fear, approaching the Murloc's body. "Is it really dead?" Donna kicked the Murloc's body with the tip of her foot, then, as if she was afraid that it would come back to life, she jumped away and hid behind her brother. "It really is a monster." Denton took a deep breath and widened his eyes. "There are many monsters at sea. Actually, this shouldn't be called a Murloc. Apart from having 4 limbs and being able to stand, it has nothing in common with humans. I prefer to call it a fish monster," Erland said with a gentle smile. He then squatted down, took out a knife, and cut open the Murloc's cheek below its eye, revealing the fair, tender flesh that was stained with a bit of red. The most delicious part of a Murloc's body is suitable for eating raw. Erland carefully cut off a piece and handed it to Donna. "You remind me of my daughter. Unfortunately, she's already grown up and has her own family." "I don't dare to eat it," Donna said as she looked at the thin piece of meat poked by the tip of the dagger. "Haha, who wants to give it a try?" Erland smiled as he looked around. After confirming that his spiritual intuition didn't warn him, Klein nodded. "I'm very curious." Erland immediately handed the dagger to him. "Try it. On land, even nobles might not have the chance to eat it. This isn't a Murloc, but a fish monster. You can understand it as a mutated fish." He was dispelling the siblings' fears. Klein wanted to ask if there were any condiments like mustard or soy sauce, but seeing that the other party didn't mention it, he didn't ask, afraid that he would appear ignorant. He took the dagger, bit the tender, blood-stained meat, and swallowed it. It was a feeling that melted in his mouth. The fishy smell of the blood was very faint, with just the right amount of saltiness, perfectly setting off the freshness and sweetness of the meat. Klein chewed twice and felt that the meat was tender and delicious, something he had never seen before. Excellent. He didn't hesitate to give a thumbs up. Donna watched the entire process curiously, and she suddenly had a strong interest in the murloc's lower cheek. This overwhelmed her fear and disgust, so she suggested giving it a try. Erland satisfied her request and smiled as he watched her close her eyes and scrunch up his face as he bit into the meat. Donna's expression gradually relaxed, and she quickly opened her eyes and praised excitedly. Indescribably delicious. With her leading the way, Denton, Cecil, and the others shared the small amount of flesh under the chin. They ate with satisfaction and dissatisfaction. They were satisfied with the taste, but dissatisfied with the amount. Seeing that Erland had eaten the last piece, Cleves pointed at the murloc's body and said, "The ribs are suitable for frying, the belly is roasted, and the other parts are very unpalatable." "That's what I thought." Erland chuckled. "I'll get the chef to prepare it immediately. It's a very pleasant night to enjoy delicacies, taste fine wine, and exchange legends of the sea together. I'm looking forward to it." But why did a good hunt turn into a food exchange? Klein gulped. Chapter 499. On the deck, an additional layer of asbestos was placed under the grill to prevent the coal sparks from being blown out by the wind and burning the surface of the ship. The fat chef wore an apron and a white top hat invented by Roselle. He constantly used a fine brush to smear a secret condiment mixed with basil, fennel, sea salt, pepper, and lemon juice onto the white and tender long fish. He also frequently flipped it to ensure that both sides were evenly heated. The flesh of the murloc's belly was fatty, and as it dripped down, the coals placed under the iron mesh sizzled and burst into flames. An alluring fragrance gradually filled the air as Klein inhaled one mouthful after another. A round table and chairs had been set up in front of him, and on top of it was a bottle of uniquely shaped wine. The wine was golden red in color and seemed slightly viscous as it swayed. Sensing Klein's scrutiny, Captain Erland Karg introduced it half-jokingly: Sonia blood wine, brewed from sweetwood juice that is a specialty of the area around the Golden Spring. It's like thin honey mixed with blood. It tastes sweet and smooth, but it's very easy to get drunk. If you like a lady and want to treat her to a drink, you can consider this. It will make the other party drink too much without realizing it. Haha, the premise is that you have to be able to withstand its alcohol. As expected of a former bosun, he has the ability to make dirty jokes. Klein sat down and maintained a cold attitude. A qualified adventurer won't be addicted to alcohol. Cleves, who was beside him, nodded. Adventurers are only allowed to drink when they return home. That's a pity. Erland turned to look at Donna and Denton, who were curiously sizing up the Sonia blood wine. He laughed and said, "This isn't something an underage child should experience. I've drunk it before. It's really delicious." Donna immediately retorted, "It's just that I fell asleep unknowingly and slept for an entire afternoon. I remember you drank 2 cups that time." The young gentleman, Denton, said enviously. Erland didn't satisfy their thirst. He ordered the crew to give the siblings a cup of sweet iced tea each and explained casually, "There are a lot of Southerners on this ship." Denton retracted his disappointed gaze and looked at the murloc whose valuable materials had been taken away. Actually, it's not that scary. It's just a big, ugly fish with 4 limbs." Donna glanced at her brother. "Congratulations, you've finally realized its true nature." She then looked eagerly at Cleves and Erland. Uncle, are there many such monsters in the sea?" Murlocs didn't have any beyonder powers that exceeded one's imagination. To ordinary people, they were equivalent to ferocious beasts at sea, equivalent to the biological prototypes of legendary monsters. Erland chuckled. "No, in the main sea route and the surrounding waters, such monsters rarely appear. They've long been wiped out. To be able to encounter a murloc and see such a creature, you're lucky enough. Think about it. If I could always hunt down monsters worth 200 pounds or more, I definitely wouldn't be the captain of a passenger ship. I would organize my own hunting ship and chase after these gold pounds. That made a lot of sense. Klein secretly cheered. According to his observations, the beyonder material on the Murloc's body was likely its swim bladder. The blue light that resembled water made it look like a gem. Cleves picked up the black tea that the sailor had just delivered, took a sniff, and then took a sip. Only by deviating from the main sea route and going deep into the ocean, which is often shrouded in fog or storms, will there be a good chance of encountering such monsters, but that's very dangerous. In addition to Murlocs that can climb and have scales, there are also legends in those waters that Naga have the upper body of a human and the lower body of a python. They have 6 arms and are very agile. Erland took over the topic. There's also a giant octopus that spits out juice that can corrode many people, a terrifying sea monster that can overturn a ship with a gentle headbutt, a mermaid that has an intoxicating voice and is unwilling to leave, a blue dragon that can create lightning, and a large bird that can stir up hurricanes with its wings. I've never seen any of these before. They're all legends of the sea, and no one knows if they're true or not. Mermaid. Klein's expression didn't change. Very interesting, Donna exclaimed with a look of fascination. Denton looked left and right, and seeing that Klein didn't say anything, he asked curiously, "Uncle, you're also an adventurer. Uncle, you're also an adventurer. Have you seen such a monster before?" Klein froze for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Once. Back then, there were 5 of us, and we accidentally encountered one, a Murloc. After an intense battle, we finally finished it off." This was his actual experience in Tingen City, and it was also the first time he had faced an official Beyonder who had lost control. Back then, he and Old Neil had helped eliminate a mutated sailor at the request of Swain, the owner of the evil dragon bar. Thinking of this, Klein reminisced and sighed. The cold and sharp expression on his face couldn't help but soften. 5 people? While asking, Donna secretly counted the number of people who had participated in the battle. 1, 2, 3. She realized that only 3 of her uncles had killed the Murloc. Without waiting for Klein's reply, Elan said in surprise, "That's right. An accidental encounter?" "Yes," Klein answered frankly. "Were there any casualties?" Erland pressed. Klein shook his head. "Some minor injuries. An accidental encounter. You only used 5 people to finish off a Murloc. You guys are very impressive." Cleves gave his evaluation. His partner, Cecil, also nodded to express his amazement. The battle just now was short and quick, and the Murloc seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. However, both she and Cleves knew very well that without the prepared bait, the hallucinogenic effects and subsequent fatigue brought about by the pepper, the lethal threat of the peppermint cream to the Murloc, and the 2 borrowed rifles, it was unknown how many people would have died to kill a Murloc. Indeed, very impressive. Erland glanced thoughtfully at Klein. That was a team formed by 4 sequence 9s and 1 sequence 8. Klein smiled and sighed. "I was still very young back then, and I hadn't even experienced any battles. I was just purely a support." "Uncle, you're also very young now." Donna nodded her head vigorously. "I like hearing that." Klein keenly noticed that Captain Erland had relaxed a lot because of what he had just said. At this moment, a few crew members brought over a large ceramic plate. On it was fish that had been fried until it was golden brown, sprinkled with colorful basil leaves, and a seductive fragrance assailed their nostrils. Erland picked up the cup filled with Sonia blood wine and gave a toast. "A beautiful night, may the storm be with us." "A beautiful night." Donna and Denton cheered, and each took a sip of sweet iced tea. Klein chose to clink his black tea cup against hers. He forked a piece of meat from the Murloc's ribs and found it firm and without much fat. However, after absorbing the vegetable oil, the dryness was made up for, As he chewed, it exuded an endless aftertaste of elasticity and meat fragrance. As expected, it's not as good as the cheek meat, but it's good enough. It's better than all the fish I've eaten in Bakeland and Pritz Harbor, Klein praised in satisfaction. Erland put down the knife and fork in his hand and drank a mouthful of Sonia blood wine. On the sea, the most dangerous thing is not the monsters but the pirate. They drive the ship and go wherever they want. No one can prepare in advance. Uncle Captain, will we encounter pirates? Denton swallowed the fried fish and asked worriedly. Erland smiled. The route to the Rorsted Archipelago is the safest in the world. There are colonial islands that can be docked every 2 or 3 days, and there are often Royal Navy and Church of the Storm ships patrolling along the way. Even if some pirates wander here, they won't do anything too excessive. After seeing our cannons, they'll at most extort some compensation. Seeing that the 2 underage children had calmed down, Erland added, but if we head south from the Rorsted Archipelago or continue east, we'll have to rely on the Lord's blessings. Many pirates are active in these regions, capturing treasures with the Navy and the Church's ship. If we're lucky, we'll be able to smoothly reach the southern continent and reach every spot. But if we're unlucky, we'll encounter relatively powerful pirates, including the 7 pirate admirals and even the fleets of the 4 kings. However, you don't have to worry too much. Ever since Nass became the king of the 5 seas and established some of the rules at sea, most pirates will only rob you of your wealth and won't do anything too excessive. Here, the person we're most afraid of encountering is the captain of the Black Tulip, Admiral Hell Ludwell. He will get his subordinates to kill everyone on the ship and throw these innocents into hell. Next is Admiral of Blood Senor. He loves blood and indulges his subordinates in all their evil deeds. After many girls were ravaged by them, they were even sold to different islands. Donna shivered when she heard that and subconsciously changed the topic. I heard that there are many treasures at sea. There are legends of treasures, but most of them are fake. Erland glanced at Cleves and said, there are 6 most famous ones with the most stories. Number 1 is Death's Key. Legend has it that at the end of the 4th epoch, Death, who caused the Pale Calamity, was killed by the 7 deities. However, he didn't perish on the spot and attempted to return to the southern continent. He stirred up violent waves and created insurmountable obstacles, completely cutting off the sea routes between the southern and southern continents. This is the origin of the Berserk Sea. However, he ultimately didn't return to the southern continent and disappeared into the sea. Upon saying that, Erland sighed with some yearning. It's said that in a hidden spot in the Berserk Sea, the treasure left behind by Death is waiting for someone with a specific key to find and open it. However, no one knows what the key looks like or where it will appear. Chapter 500. The Fountain of Unaging? Can one really stay young forever after drinking it? Donna asked curiously with widened eyes. She wasn't looking forward to it because she was still young enough. Erland didn't immediately answer. He forked a piece of fried murloc rib and swallowed it in 2 bites. Then, he took a sip of Sonia blood wine. The sweet taste completely dilutes the greasy taste of the deep frying. He half closed his eyes, behaving like a gourmet. After savoring the taste for a few seconds, he slowly answered Donna's question. I'm not sure if there's a fountain of unaging, nor can I confirm if King of Immortality Agalito has drunk its spring water. I only know one thing, and that is that when I was very young, I heard the legend of this pirate king. It's just like how King of the 5 Seas Nass seems to live forever. Their beards must have been very, very long, reaching past their chests. Denton expressed his opinion. In fact, King of the 5 Seas Nass' beard only reached below his neck. He sat on the deck, wearing a gorgeous black robe with silver trimmings. He wore a steeple crown that was twice as tall as his head, looking down on everything around him like a god. Erland's tone gradually deepened, as though he had sunk into a quagmire of memories that he couldn't break free from. Uncle Captain, have you seen the King of the Five Seas? Donna asked excitedly. This is the most legendary pirate. His name is well known at sea, and even the children in port cities are familiar with him. Generations of people had grown up listening to stories about him. In a sense, in the minds of many people, Nast is equivalent to a true pirate king. I remember that one of the conditions for the advancement of the Black Emperor is to link one's name to the title of Emperor, deeply ingraining it into the hearts of the people. Is this considered an attempt at a basic and crude version? I wonder what sequence the King of the Five Seas is at. Although Klein was focused on tasting the fried murloc, his thoughts were still stirred by the conversation. In response to Donna's question, Erland sighed. I was still very young back then, and I was still serving on the William V. Once, our fleet attempted to cross the Berserk Sea's Calamity Strait and encountered the Black Emperor. In those few minutes, everyone, including the fleet commander, lost the will to resist. Fortunately, Nast didn't give the order to attack us. Very cool. The boy Denton praised with sparkling eyes. Eland didn't continue the topic as he smiled. As for King of Immortality Agaturi, I've never actually seen him. All I know is that he's a pale-faced middle-aged man on the bounty notice. How pale is he? Let me give you an easy-to-understand example, like a corpse that has been dead for some time and has just started to decompose. When Donna and Denton heard this analogy, they subconsciously glanced at the Murloc's corpse that was riddled with holes and unconsciously gulped. Of course, the main point of the bounty is not the appearance, but the amount. In Rouen alone, Agathuri is worth 100,000 pounds, and he has the lowest bounty among the four kings. Erland changed the topic. Let's continue the story of the treasure. Third on the list is the legacy of the Solomon Empire. In the fourth epoch, when that massive empire was dismembered and destroyed, its royal family boarded a ship with a treasure that even the gods were jealous of. They sailed deep into the Fog Sea and waited for the opportunity to rebuild the dynasty. However, after 500 years, 1,000 years, and 1,500 years, they never appeared again. It's said that the King of the Five Seas, Nast, inherited a portion of the Solomon Empire's legacy. No one knows if he's a true descendant of the Black Emperor, Cecil added with interest. The Fog Sea? The west coast of the northern continent? Donna recalled her knowledge of geography. Yes, Cleves replied succinctly. To the west of the northern continent was the Fog Sea, to the east was the Sonia Sea, to the south was the Berserk Sea, and to the north was the North Sea. The east and west sides of the southern continent were similar to the northern continent, and to the south was the Polar Sea. Together, they were the so-called Five Seas. The Kingdom of Rouen was backed by the Hornacis mountain range and the inland Midland Sea. To the east was the Sonia Sea, and to the south was Desi Bay. It occupied several excellent estuaries to the Berserk Sea, but it didn't touch the Fog Sea. Is that so? Donna wasn't interested in treasures that were too far away, so she asked, what about the fourth treasure? It belongs to the last empire of the fourth epoch, Tuluan Sostal. Rumor has it that they built a huge ship that was equivalent to a city and transferred all their treasures and wealth onto it. What's laughable is that their escape didn't have any effect. The passengers and crew that were scheduled didn't arrive at the port in time, and none of them survived. However, that ship disappeared on its own. To this day, there are still people who often claim to have seen that huge ship silently sail past on a foggy night. It's called the Spectre Empire, and it appears all over the Sonia Sea. This is a summary from those stories. Erland looked up at the crimson moon in the sky, his tone filled with mockery and unconcealable yearning. Perhaps tomorrow night, no, tonight, we'll be able to see it sail past. Donna thought with anticipation and excitement. Klein packed up the rest of the food, drank a mouthful of black tea, and listened with interest to Erland's description of the remaining treasures. The fifth is the Lost Newans. Rumor has it that at the bottom of the Fog Sea, there's a civilization that belongs to intelligent creatures. The navigators and adventurers of those waters often find strange items that point to the Niwins of ancient times. However, the members of this civilization have never appeared. It's as though they've long vanished from this world. Erland drank the rest of the Sonia blood wine and said, "That's the legacy left behind by a civilization. The richness is absolutely unimaginable." Erland paused for 2 seconds, put down his cup, and laughed. "Actually, the treasure that I yearn for the most, and one that's more real than the legends, is the sunken laurel. More than 100 years ago, it was loaded with gold, jewelry, and all sorts of valuable items that the kingdom obtained from East Balam. Because it deviated from its course, it sank somewhere in the Berserk Sea or the Sonia Sea. It hasn't been discovered to this day. It's said that the items on it are worth a few £1,000,000. A few £1,000,000? This number made Donna blurt out in shock. As the daughter of a merchant and having received several years of education, she had a vague understanding of what this number represented. In Rouen, a millionaire was an absolute rich person, second only to the top nobles and tycoons. A few £1,000,000? Mrs. Mary, who let me join the Quelag Club for free, is a member of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council and a major shareholder of the Coin Company. Her net worth is only tens of thousands of pounds, but even so, she's wealthy enough in the circles of nobles and merchants. She's a rather popular divorced lady, and there are even noble sons who want to marry her." Klein quickly found a comparison. Eland sighed with a smile on his lips. "If I can find the sunken laurel, then I'll no longer be a captain. I'll head to Bakeland. I want to become a philanthropist. I want to buy land, donate to a political party, and obtain a hereditary title of nobility. I heard Talum mention that the title of a lord, which is a baronial title, costs about £300,000, and a baron is about £800,000. If you salvage the treasure, you can imagine how much a viscount, or even an earl. That's a few £1,000,000. In his mind, Klein helped Donna perfect his plan. "If it were me, I wouldn't do this. I want to buy a very large manor." Cecil also began to imagine life after harvesting the treasure. "I want to hire a lot of servants and helpers, plant large tracts of wheat, build a vineyard, and make wine for myself. Also, a large room with sunlight, leisurely cows, sheep, and horses, and bread produced by my own mill. It's like a beautiful scene from a painting." Erland laughed when he heard that. "Ma, do you know how much such a manor is worth?" "No, I don't." Cecil shook her head. "It's only a few £1,000. As long as the sunken laurel is salvaged, you can buy 1,000 similar manors." Erland used specific numbers to clarify the value of the treasure. 1,000 manors? Cecil couldn't help but pick up her cup and take a sip of black tea. Before this, she knew that a few £1,000,000 was a lot of money, but she didn't expect it to be this much. In order to ease the shock in her heart, she looked at Cleves. "Boss, if you find the sunken laurel, what do you plan on buying? No, what kind of life do you plan on living?" Cleves was silent for a moment. "I'll go home, hug my wife and children, and tell them that I don't have to venture out to sea anymore." "Not a bad guy." Klein nodded slightly. Donna looked at him curiously. "Uncle Adventurer, what about you?" Klein replied without any expression, "That's right. Tell yourself to stop sleeping and wake up quickly." Donna spat out the sweet iced tea she had just drunk. Fortunately, the fried fish on the table had already been finished. At this moment, Klein sighed inwardly. "Although I know that it's basically impossible to find the treasure, otherwise, with so many powerhouses from the various churches, I still couldn't help but feel a little excited when we were discussing the corresponding topic. This is the charm of treasure. Even if it's just a legend, it can still attract many adventurers." Donna wiped her mouth and sat down like a lady, as if she wasn't the one who had lost her composure. The boy Denton still hadn't had enough. "Are there any other treasure legends?" Erland looked at Cleves, indicating that he would answer. Cleves calmly took a sip of black tea and said in a low voice, There are countless legends of treasure at sea. There are countless legends of treasures on the sea. Hidden elves' residences, pirate ships that have gone missing in the depths of the fog, underwater cities that have powerful monsters sealed within them, Emperor Rozel's final secret treasures, and so on.